Let's do the big one.
Okay. All right, here we go. It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. Reality starts here. We are the ones that take an active role. We are the ones here that are searching for the truth. We are the whispers of the logic in your mind. We are the agents of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. Reality starts here. We are the ones that take an active role. We are the ones here that are searching for the truth. We are the whispers of the logic in your mind. We are the agents of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. Reality starts here. We are the ones that take an active role. We are the ones here that are searching for the truth. We are the whispers of the logic in your mind. We are the agents of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.
Wow. Bravo.
I gotta check. Oh, missed out. I totally botched this one up, but let's give it a go. It's true level bitch, but acoustic. So, I gotta change a couple things. There might be a little bit of fan in the background, but oh, this is good. I didn't realize this. Just found it out. All right. Check this out. We are in a war that's in the mind for all to face. Choices will be made. You can choose to let your mind be free. think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. We will watch it die. We will watch it all come tumbling down. We're tired of the lies. We're tired of the obfuscation now. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. Let these shadows win. Step into the light. We will not let these shadows win. Step into the light. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. And we will watch it burn. We will watch it all come tumbling down. But from the ashes come something that is pure for all to see. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you find, in the end you find, yes, in the end you find we're all looking for the truth.
World's famous
just a
buster.
second. Yeah, here we go. This is this one's for Rakia. Is that coming through? All right. Move some stuff around. Here we go. It's that nug life, baby. We deal with trolls gone crazy. We're all about that nug life, getting kicked from every server I know.
trolls are gonna lie and obfuscate for the show. It's sad enough life, baby. We deal with trolls gone crazy. Water arrest lies evenly across the plain, and the hydrostatic pressure is the answer that will end the game. We got the arguments and proofs to show. These crazy people gonna recognize the knowledge that flows. It's another life, baby. We deal with trolls going crazy. Logic and reality dictates that water levels don't curve, that right line geometry dictates the 3D space of our world. We got the arguments and proofs to show. These crazy people gonna recognize the knowledge that flows. It's another life. It's another life.
All right, you want another one?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Keep it
all right,
going.
here we go. Here we
All
go.
right.
I have enough confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I've got. One chance to show if I'm logical or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and then the fools are running away. They're running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance to show me what you've got. One chance to show if you're logical or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions. We're logically thinking and the fools are running away. Of all of these haters, society spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. You got one chance, show me what you've got. One chance to show if you're logical or not. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away. running away.
All right. Done this one before, but it's brand new, and I just haven't got it recorded yet, so we'll just give it a go again.
I see the writing on the wall, it's plain. The ramblings of these old men going insane. Now I see it so clear. They're running and they're hiding 'cause of fear. If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never receive the Logos who will. If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logic who will. Transcendental numbers and conceptual mass will take you on a journey down a penrose path, and you'll never see it clear. The trail that you're on only ends in fear. If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never receive the Logos who will. If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logic who will? Who will? Who will? Shadows step into light, taking down the giants and open sight. Now I see it clear. They're running and they're hiding, and it ends in tears. If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never receive the Logos who will. If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logic, who will? We're taking back everything that was lost, taking back at any cost, taking back everything that was lost, taking back at any cost. If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never receive the Logos who will. If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logic, who will? Who will? Who will?
Ooh.
That song just gets better and better and better.
I
Every
like
time you
that
sing
one,
it.
man. Like it.
The favorite.
Go for it.
All right.
Wow.
Hopefully. All right, here we go. Is that too loud? Sound check.
That's what I mean.
Hey,
No,
Buster,
that's
if you
cool.
know, Buster, if you know the words, can we sing along?
Yeah, I guess. You have to go on mute because there'll be like a delay. All right, here we go.
I got enough confidence in the things that I know. I got enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show if I'm logical or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance to show me what you got. You got one chance to show if you're logical or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, the fools are running away. The fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. You got a one chance to show me what you got. You got one chance to show if you're logical or not. Logically thinking, deductions and conclusions. You can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away. The fools are running away, yeah.
Bravo.
I see the writing on the wall, it's plain. The ramblings of these old men going insane. And now I see it clear. They're running and they're hiding because of fear. If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logic, who will? If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never receive the Logos, who will? Transcendental numbers and conceptual mass will take you on a journey down a Penrose path. And now I see it clear. The trail that you're on only ends in tears. If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logic, who will? If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never receive the Logos, who will? Cast away the shadows and step into light. Taking down the giants and opening sight. Now I see it clear. Trail that they're on only ends in fear. If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logical will, if I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never receive the Logos, who will? Who will? I'll take back everything that was lost. I'll take it back at any cost. I'm taking back everything that was lost. I'll take it back at any cost. If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logical will, if I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never receive the Logos, who will?
And we are live. Welcome. Today's Hump Day, where we've given the Trivium a bit of a break. So we're focusing on the Globe Surveyors this week. Back to the hump, because it was famously Jesse Kozlowski that gave us the hump. Jesse Kozlowski / Walter Bislin. Jesse Kozlowski first off gave us the drop from horizontal, and then afterwards on a video that we're going to go over tonight. Not the full video, but yeah, what does everybody think of that intro? Just sort of like a short Buster Live thing with Gadget doing the drawing. It's good, isn't it? Some good new songs on that as well. I like it. Probably be finishing with that again today. Yeah. Yes, it is Dinosaur, yeah. We was talking while that was going on, we was talking to Buster about that, and saying that the lyrics come from conversations that we have in here. So that being Gadget does the drawings is obviously in the chat. He's always here, Gadget. He's a fan of Buster. Did the drawing, amazing drawings. You will have to have a word, Gadget, about the link. We'll get you a little link thing that you can put up if you've got a link to somewhere that we can catch Gadget drawing live, because I'm sure that'd be a YouTube hit, and you could play music in the background, non-copyright music. Yeah, we'll sort that out. But yeah, that music, Buster singing, Gadget doing the drawings, and the words are all inspired from conversations in here. So you wanna get your words immortalized in a Buster song. Maybe you can get Gadget drawing to it as well. This is the place to be. Next Level Discord. This is where it's at. So we're going over tonight the hump, or the concept of the hump, because really there's a paradox involved in it. The question, is it a drop or a hump, is an immediate paradox, which is obviously why they don't like to use the words drop and hump now. because it exposes the fact that there's a paradox there. We've been going over, you know, like it. Once you take it as though that there is a paradox in the fact that the drop and the hump is there, especially when you try and relate it geometrically to reality and horizontal and vertical perpendicularity, then it becomes very simple. Once you understand as well that the proofs are within mathematics, and geometry is the very mathematics that we're talking about, even down to the number form of pi. Pi, the number, is generated by the straight line and the circle that's related to the straight line. It's that's where the numbers come from. So even the numbers are derived from the geometry of the thing. So that's where your proofs or truths lie, within geometry. And tonight we'll go over as best as I can the water level tests that it's at the beginning of the video that we're going to be going over. Me back then going over the same thing that we've gone over quite a few times, but many people might not know about it. I know Bloods was saying that I don't think he was around when we actually did this the first time. So the actual water level test has sort of missed people by. But it being Hump Day, anybody wants to come in? Any globe surveyors want to come and explain the hump, or maybe the drop, or how they can have the hump, or maybe even the inverted hump, as we'll get round to later on, or the slope. I mean, it doesn't really matter. The slope, hump, drop, inverted drop, hump. I mean, who knows? Anything you want to talk about. Yeah, I guess the one thing that's out of bounds is the horizontal, as we'll try and explain. Right, let me get this. So today, back to old school. Oh, you guys in Discord want screen. And right, so this is a video we're going over from a bit back. Let me check. It's comments from a year ago, so it's over a year. Not many people watched it. 162, so obviously early days. This is when we went to Brandon's, trying to explain just the basic principles of how water level works before we go over there you go. So this is my whiteboard, obviously, fair bit ago, because it looks very clean. It's got all sorts of writing all over it now. Find it hard to run some stuff off. So, can you hear it in... I'll play it. Can you hear it in Discord? And what about YouTube?
Station Bev?
Yeah, yeah. Definitely. Like, I want to try and make it... make sure everybody's with us on this trip today. So have you got that?
Cool.
Have you got my camera on there?
Yeah, let me just make it bigger for the audience here.
For everyone.
All right, you're all set.
Right. So, for the people, for everybody that may perhaps not know, like this is a water level tool. The two ends of the water level. See, they equalize always. So put one of them at the front, one of them at the back. They will always equalize to be the same level. That's basically what a water level is. Now it's that level that's in question. That's what we're dealing with here today, and what surveyors do. So all this is a pipe, right? It's a tube with two ends on it, filled with water. This is a water level. Level being horizontal, as known. So the idea of this is to show you sort of an idea of what we've got planned, and what the basis of all of this is. So this water level here, this establishes a horizontal across there. So the question is, how long could you make this water level to falsify the fact that it stays level being horizontal? Because there's only 2 points. There's this point, and you draw a straight line between the two. That line would be level. So what we've got, right now, we're gonna have to keep going over this, right? This is me now, not me then, and I've paused it. This is just describing how the level works. Pretty simple. I did it over a year ago. It's just a simple water level. It's just a tube filled with water. There's no technicality to this. Very simple. You see, we've got these here. This is 100 meters of pipe. So if you imagine that that 100 meters is here for this little bit, then you lay out 16 of those 100 meters, you'd end up with 1,609 you try and end up with, which is a mile. So if you join all of them pipes up together and fill it up with water, you would end up with a level. Now, in order to check that level, you could do this. You put what we have here is this is like a site level, auto level. You see that? I'm not leveling it. But so this is the tool, a level, and you look through, and you see a crosshair on the other end. So that's what DP's doing here. And you can turn this through 360 degrees, and you would see a horizontal crosshair all the way around. It'll always be horizontal. So when you have your level in the middle of these 100 meters, you can check the level at this end with the level at this end with this tool, and strangely enough, you'll find out that the water level equalizes to be a horizontal that can be checked. I mean, it's pretty simple. I mean, nobody's got any problems with that, have they, or any questions? Because it's not difficult, and that's the basic of what you do. So you go, imagine this is 100 meters. This is where your water level is, the junction is, and you've got a T-junction that puts the water level up there, and it equalizes out. So you check that. Then you can move your auto level, pick it up, and move it this side. Move it 100 meters. Then you can level it up with this one, turn it all the way around, and check it with this one here. So you just keep doing that with this auto level, keeps moving along, and it goes all the way along
to check the level at the other end, and it's a horizontal all the way across. Now, that is what it always has been to me, and it just makes logical and practical sense that is what happens in reality, and that with differential leveling, that the technique of this auto level, moving from here to here and using a back sight and a foresight, and you swap it over to here, the foresight becomes the back sight, and you just keep moving along. You move that level all the way from one end to the other. Just a practical procedure. I mean, and Dave will know. You know, Rodney's here. Rodney, you don't mind speaking up? That would that be a typical technique of how you would move this level in reality? Because I think
yeah, you explained it perfectly. Yeah, that's what we would do in differential leveling.
Okay. Have we still not got Cleary here?
I do have a question for you while we're waiting for Clary.
Go on.
So between each of the 100-meter sections, you're going to auto level, and that'll show that there's a horizontal between each post. So
Well,
the 100 meters.
There would never need to be the water level, right? The water level is what we've got to do an extra test. All you would have is a staff like that, and that would be here at these posts, there and there, and you would just take a reading. Well, one of them would become the back of the foresight, and the other one would become the back sight. And then as you moved to the next spot, these would have to be on like a pin or something locked in, you know, so that this doesn't move. As you move this one doesn't move, and that one. So all you're doing is you're moving a measurement. The water level is just one step above, because what we found is that a lot of people don't. I mean, even surveyors. You ask surveyors, what would be more accurate, the water level or the auto level? They'll tell you they haven't got a clue. They don't know. There's something a bit weird going on, but I mean, this is just logical, practical sense. It just makes sense. And how long could you go and do that for? And, you know, to establish a horizontal? Well, I'd say you could do it indefinitely, but other people like to see, as you'll find out later on, they like to sort of add in calculations of reality. Did that explain it? Sorry, I may have rambled a bit then.
No. You did explain it. My only question would be, let's say each of those posts that you have on there, the three posts with the water level going up to the top, are A, B, and C from left to right.
Yeah.
Let's just say that A and B and C, that there's not an angle between those two.
Right.
What I mean is, how do you know A and C are also on a horizontal? We know A and B would, and B and C would, but how do we know A to C is one long horizontal?
A, B, and C, like that, right? Well, all you do is you blank that off, and you make A to C. That would be your horizontal, right? The water level allows you to do that. You just don't. I mean, like in a water level, it's sort of the same as saying when you have this as your tool, your auto level, like you're establishing this here as a horizontal point and this here is a horizontal point, but you don't really need to establish that this is a horizontal point in the middle. Whereas the water level acts differently. The water level doesn't really care what happens in the middle. It just transfers the level from one end to the other. Now, if you blank that off, then this becomes the total distance, doesn't it?
Okay, I think I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it will become a bit more clear tonight because this is a showcase of the Kozlowski curvature conundrum, the problem
My
that does
computer is not working
exist.
at all.
Oh, Clary back.
Hey, Clary, what's up? What did you say?
Well, let me
My
clear.
computer is not working at all.
Oh,
Well, that's not good. That's not good.
Oh, Clary's got computer problems. I don't know whether he's around tonight or not. So basically, this is all I was doing, was trying to lay the foundations for what's to come, because like I said just there, it's a showcase of the Kozlowski curvature conundrum, which was given to us by Jesse Kozlowski, claimed to be surveyor that can't seem to see whether it's a drop or a hump. Let's see, I'll go a bit more because I did a few little clips at the beginning. Okay. Well,
Out nutsack drop.
it's coming.
Good. No, I'll share this link with the audience just in case they want it for later.
right. The only problem with this will be that I won't be able to hear anybody really if they talk, so I might have to pause it myself. I don't know how to get it across otherwise. Let me just sort my screen out on my end. Come on. I've sorted this out.
It's a horizontal plane, which is not true.
Yes.
Right, so
Out nutsack drop.
it's coming. Here we go.
All right, and here's the link for anybody out there later.
Everybody's got computer problems. Plague's had computer problems. Cleary has. Everybody.
Right, is
There we go.
do you want me to do a sound check?
Yeah, okay.
Am I
I see.
sharing? Yeah.
Let me see here. I'm bringing it up right now. Yep, we got it. Go ahead. Yeah, try sound
Away,
check.
drops down from the horizontal.
Did you get that,
A little low for us.
Jesse? Put it. I'll give you full volume.
Okay.
Plane at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared.
I'm not kidding.
How's that?
It's okay. I think I can make it work. I'll just turn it
Good here.
volume up over
Sound
here.
good over like? Okay. Well, the sound's coming through my end, so you'll have to shout or something if you want me to stop.
Okay,
And bam.
cool deal.
You ready?
Let's go. Yeah.
Intro time.
There's the radius of the Earth. 3 coplanar points. But look what I did here. 3 coplanar points. 3 coplanar points.
But why would you want that?
When we say flat,
Yeah.
as just a common parlance way of not saying lots and lots of words, when we say Earth is flat or flat earther, we do mean that you think horizontal is level.
I'm saying, personally, I believe the things that you teach your child, your autistic child, is
How do
psychological
you-
child abuse.
Like that water is level.
No, you teach your child that level is a horizontal plane, which is not true.
Yes,
And
course
the
it is.
implication of that is that you are teaching your child the Earth is flat.
No.
Yes.
Today we have Jesse Kozlowski. Wherever you are when you're talking to flat earthers,
Okay, so that just goes to show at the beginning there that at least two people that I've talked to, if you consider level as being horizontal, then these people will consider you a flat earther. Blatantly say it. They don't care. So that's.
You
I was pointing that out because by their standards, there are billions of flat earthers. If all you have to do is think that level is horizontal, like all the dictionaries say. Strange. The level tool establishes a horizontal plane. What's that saying?
You know what? It is coming through a little low, Bev. Is there any way that you can crank up your output volume at all, or is it?
No. Can you perhaps turn
that's
up
the
my
max.
volume through the Discord?
I've actually got you up to 200%. I maxed you out. I maxed out my output.
No, well, I don't know if there's no sound, if that's not going to come through loud enough. I can't really turn anything else up more than that.
There's nothing on your side. Let's see if anybody's complaining in the chat. Not yet, but it sounded pretty low for me. Oh, shoot. What are we going to do here? It's not giving me very much control over your...
These are videos of the what we've heard of the surveyors talking about some of the stuff that they've done and some of the conversations that I've managed to have with the surveyors around the fact of level being horizontal. So, and the methods used in between. Now, I just laid out the methods that I would talk about. Now, this is the other people talking about similar sort of things, okay?
Bring them to Walter's blog. Show them how, take screenshots, post it on social media. Show them how we have literally measured.
Three coplanar points.
I have literally photographed, and Walter has literally modeled the curvature of the Earth. They all agree, and that's how we know the Earth is a globe. And that's all there's to it. And that's how we know it can't be flat. So please share this information.
And you and I have had this conversation before. We both became aware of flat Earth, jumped in, pretty naively initially.
Right.
I've gone round and round with it, and at this point, I'm thankful for flat Earth because
This is Jesse Kozlowski saying this, right? Jesse Kozlowski. Listen to how thankful he is for flat Earth.
Shots, post it on social media. Show them how we have literally measured. Jesse
Three
has literally
coplanar
measured,
points.
I have literally photographed, and Walter has literally modeled the curvature of the Earth. They all agree, and that's how we know the Earth is a
Photograph
globe.
the curvature
And that's all
of
there's to it.
the
And that's how we know
Earth.
it can't be flat. So please share this information.
Definitely not flat.
And you and I have had this conversation before. We both became aware of flat Earth, jumped in, pretty naively initially.
Right.
I've gone round and round with it, and at this point, I'm thankful for flat Earth because I'm blessed to have a profession that I really enjoy. I've loved surveying since getting out of high school, so I've been doing this a long time, and really thought I knew something about it. Well, the research that I've been doing over the past couple of years, I've learned a lot that I just didn't know about, and it's just great. I'm really enjoying it. And if
He didn't know about surveying. It's an eye-opener when you start looking into level and horizontal. Opens your eyes to a lot of things. Processes, mental processes that start. It's fantastic. So I know what Jesse means. And why you should be thankful for this. The chance to go over these things. It's a pity they can't come and talk about how thankful they are about these things. It's a pity they've gone.
you go on my channel, you'll see I did not set out to debunk flat Earth. I was more about, hey, can I do some measurements that will show me what the shape of the Earth is over this short distance, say a mile?
See, Jesse Kozlowski, he's not trying to negate something. He's trying to prove it. That's noble. Where is he now? Where's he gone?
Or or across some water. Hey, let me try it across a lake. I'll use the lake as a level. I've done several of these tests, and you can't like fake that. I mean, the observation.
You can't fake it on a lake, right?
Observations will reveal the truth of the matter, and especially when
the elevations will reveal the truth of the matter. Well, listen to him again. I'd take note. Listen to him. Listen to the words he's using.
Profession that I really enjoy. I love I've loved surveying since getting out of high school. So I've been doing this a long time, and really thought I knew something about it. Well, the research that I've been doing over the past couple of years, I've learned a lot that I just didn't know about, and it's just great. I'm really enjoying it. And if you go on my channel, you'll see I did not set out to debunk flat Earth. I was more about, hey, can I do some measurements that will show me what the shape of the Earth is over this short distance, say a mile, or across some water? Hey, let me try it across a lake. I'll use the lake as a level. Exactly. I've done several of these tests, and you can't like fake that. I mean, the observations will reveal the truth of the matter, and especially when you repeat them over and over. And I do that when I've gone out on a weekend to do that. I'll spend the day there, and you're observing in the morning from one side, you go over to the other side, again you observe, and then you do it again in the afternoon.
He's talking about going to a lake and observing either side of the lake from the other side. Genius. Sort of like reciprocal. What do you think he'd find?
These repeated observations agree with each other, to very high reliability. So
they agree with each other. I mean, what agrees with what? What's he telling you he's done? He's leaving it up to you.
He was supposed to use some tools or just naked eye observation?
Well, this is one of those things, I think. I don't know whether it's dielectric tricks or some sort of sophistry, right? But what he's doing here is leaving it so vague that it's up to the person who's talking to, the interlocutor, right? That he's talking to. Maybe you might be listening to him. You make up your mind as to what he's saying. He's not actually saying anything. So you can do that. This is why I always said Jesse Kozlowski's a wizard.
He allows you for yourself to make your own suggestion.
Yeah.
What he would do eventually or not.
Yeah. He never actually says anything that narrows anything down. It's just so vague when he says it.
Done long tests and short tests. I've gone down and met with Larry Scott and really...
See, he's done long tests and short tests. Genius.
Larry, sometime we really need to do a hangout and show the work we did over the couple of days I was down there on some pretty long lines, 6 miles, 9 miles, 11 miles. And we're planning to do like a 24-mile line. And I mean, really what we're enjoying doing is bringing back old school survey.
When he says line, right, I'm taking it he means the geometric line, which is straight. No curvature, just a straight line. So he was just talking about straight lines there.
Doing old triangulation, doing solar azimuth observation.
Old triangulation, not new triangulation. The old school stuff.
Which I used to do them all the time in the 80s, but I don't really do it anymore, but I'm going to be doing it. Larry's got a really good method down. He can crank out a solar observation in 5 minutes. Boom. And he's like, and
he can look at the sun in 5 minutes. It's brilliant. I don't look at the sun through an optical viewing instrument. Not wise.
He's a pencil and paper guy. Just like gets it all down there. It's awesome. So no, so like that's what I'm saying is it's not about debunking flat Earth anymore as much as
it's not. It's really not.
Going back, reading about the history, about how we can't come to know the size and shape of the Earth, looking at what they did, and enjoying kind of like, I guess some people like to do reenactments of the Civil War, you know, or they like to do anachronistic medieval stuff. I'm enjoying bringing back some of these older methods and exploring them and trying them and seeing if I can do them. So
Jesse Kozlowski's into the old school traditional surveying with triangles and stuff. Like old school triangles. The ones with 180 degrees. So what's he saying? Soundly's not hearing what he's saying. At all.
It's fun. I'm having a good time with it. It's good.
Yes. Today we have...
Okay, so we get from that it's a good thing to measure the shape of the Earth. Even going back to doing the old school traditional methods.
Me again back then.
We would agree, right? Jesse just said that's Jesse Kozlowski, by the way, that.
Soundly on the screen.
He's the top man, and he says it's a good thing to go back and do traditional surveying methods. It's not about debunking anything. It's not what they're there to do. They're just measuring.
They're just enthusiasts of the history of measuring the shape of the Earth now, right?
Yeah. So they'd surely not have any problems with anybody using traditional methods to determine that level is horizontal, would they? I mean, that would be...
No. I mean, that would make sense. Yeah, they should be happy with that we are taking so much interest, right?
That's why I left that in there, just to show that the enthusiasm that these people have for doing traditional methods of surveying. Okay, we'll continue on.
Jesse Kozlowski.
Before we get into that, I'll just make mention of what kind of motivates me to stay involved with this whole flat Earth thing. I guess found out about flat Earth.
See, this is what motivates him, but he's not around here anymore. He's not. I mean, I'm not saying we're flat Earth, but nobody's seen Jesse Kozlowski ever since he said the water level drops away from horizontal. He had to go and hide. So this, when he's saying what motivates him to stay, he's not. I don't know what he's doing, unless the flat Earth movement isn't around here anymore. That's why he's keeping away. I don't know.
About in 2015, and then once I was in, looking at some of this, I made a video called "Geodetic Surveyor Straightens Out the Flat Earth," naively thinking, well, that they just obviously hadn't heard of geodesy, and that'll take care of flat Earth. So instantly after that, videos were coming out about geodesy, and geodetic surveying proves the flat Earth. And over here on the left, we see different surveyors claiming.
I think Jesse just said that he started the trend off about geodetic surveying proves the globe Earth. Jesse just said that. He made the first video, and then shortly after that, all the other videos started coming out.
That they never compute curvature in their work. And that's good enough for a flat earther to just say, well, that means the Earth is flat. Well, it really just means that surveyor does not compute curvature in his work. And there's a lot of surveyors who don't. I mean, they just do what's called plane surveying because they just do a short extent of a survey. Or if they are working on long projects, highway projects and other projects, and they're not doing the calculations, that just means someone else is. So
what Jesse's sort of saying, I mean, he did just say that he could do it within a mile And now he's sort of saying, that's not. Right? You need a special title to be able to do it, strangely enough.
But still, he says that other surveyors are doing projects on highway, but someone else is doing curvature calculation.
Yeah,
Not
doing the
the- not them.
computations afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah, not surveyors then. Someone else.
After the fact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very smart.
I do what I can to try to help people see this and try to understand the differences here.
That's right. He just said calculations. Or somebody's doing some calculations somewhere, even if the plane surveyors don't. Someone else.
That's part of the geodesy piece of it. That's when they bring in the calculations, correct? When they move from planar to geodesy. Do they use any calculations in planar surveying?
Well, no, because you measure points and distances, right? You can't, after the fact, then make a calculation to determine that those points and distances weren't actually where they were. That would be a bit silly, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that seems like defeats the whole purpose of making a measurement. Yeah.
How would the tools differ between geodetic surveying and planar surveying? I mean, if it's a different surveying system, then surely they should be using different tools.
I guess you could say that the GPS system plots it on a computer. So that's not like an optical measurement tool, is it? Where you have a person looking through and measuring? I don't know. It's a bit hard to say.
So there's no actual ground-based measurements with geodetic surveying there?
Well, I don't know. I'd say all optical surveying tools like auto levels and theodolites and the like of that, where you actually look through it. I mean, that's got to be Euclidean, right? It's got to be planar surveying because you're looking across a horizontal. That's a plane. As we know, all horizontals are parallel to the horizon, so that would make all horizontals parallel. That'd be plane surveying. No curvature in a parallel horizontal. I guess we'll get to that. So the point is that even Jesse says in a bit that a measurement can't alter the position of a point, or neither can optics and looking at it differently. So calculations may be a bit of a wizard word. That may be one of the words he's using at the minute to suggest something that isn't real. I don't know. You judge for yourself, though.
Here. Okay. So I'm just waiting for the next flat Earth survey or flat Earth video to come out, and it'll be the globe proves flat Earth. So whatever we bring forward, that ends up being proof of flat Earth.
If anybody can hear what that's just happened there. That's a reversal. Anything that Jesse does is a proof of flat Earth. I mean, that's ridiculous. Everything is proof of the globe, though. Everything. If you hadn't noticed. That's why we put it in as axiom 1. Imaginometry is globe. That's what you start off with. That all evidence is evidence of the globe. Any evidence that is also contradictory to a globe model is also evidence of the globe. Hey, Rob. What's it, Rob?
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Yeah, I just been listening. I remember this.
Yeah.
Good times.
It's a
Big,
5-hour
great times.
video, so we can't go over it all. But I just wanted to go over. I mean, anybody, if you fancy listen to it, this is one of the best videos I think we did, and it's so early on.
Well, I want to join in.
Yeah.
I'll be here for a bit.
Okie dokie. I don't know how long to go over this, but there's a few little bits within this that I wanted to go over that outlay where this misunderstanding of Lake Pontchartrain came from. It's all from these people. This little team.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hey, Ricky. I couldn't find that Larry Scott video because Jose's lost his channel, and I don't think I downloaded it.
You didn't? I thought we I'll look for it. But I'll be in and out. But yeah, Jesse, one of the things I remember most is how soundly you used an auto level and shot across the lake 24 miles and had the Marriott, 180 feet low or whatever they claimed.
Yeah.
And I got him to say that that he would never do that, right?
Yeah.
That it could be 60 feet plus or minus up and down depending on the condition.
Yeah.
I mean, but soundly posted loud and proud as Earth curvature, just like B-ball does. Anyway.
Yeah. And we go over this, you hear that Jesse's just appeasing Soundly. He's leaving open-ended statements, and Soundly's so wanting to imagine what he's took a picture of is something. He just goes along with it like a little child.
It reminds me of the cartoon with the big dog and the little dog. I forget what it was, but I can see it. Like, I can see Soundly as that little puppy, following that big dog around. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Jesse Kozlowski's made himself into a shadow giant here. Only because of somebody not actually seeing what he's saying. Now, Jesse's, let's say he is a real surveyor. And he does actually have qualifications in surveying. Some of the stuff he's had to say to appease these people that he's tried to befriend. That's why he's not around anymore. Can't openly say
and his
some
name
of these
is
things.
used every day.
Yeah. Yeah, I still say there's loads of people with questions for Jesse in this. Not just me. There's...
He's an anti-flat Earth celebrity.
Well, only within these circles, right? Because I think we're the only people that care about the geometry and the mathematical proofs. But I mean, Jesse talks a lot about flat Earth. I don't. Jesse does. Jesse loves it. He's thankful for it. Uses it as a learning tool, which I'm guessing everyone should, because there's some massive lessons to be learned about what you can talk about, what you can't talk about, how people misrepresent what you say. There's tons of lessons to be learned.
That is how they do it these days. Yes. They're busy spending their days explaining why their flat plane looks exactly like a globe every time we measure it and photograph it.
But it couldn't be curved. No.
Mm-mm.
So
when we say flat,
see, he did say there it couldn't be curved. Because he's right. You can't curve a plane. Not in every direction. It's not possible.
Yeah, as just a common parlance way of not saying lots and lots of words, when we say Earth is flat or flat earther, we do mean that you think horizontal is level. So here's the deal. You tell me what you expect to see if the Earth is flat, and then we'll tell you what we expect to see.
Yeah, this is the bit where we went to see the guy from Maine, and George came on as well at McToon's. McToon's decided to speak for the surveyor quite a lot in this, so I'm throwing McToon in because he was speaking for the surveyor that was on the show with us that we were meant to be having a chat with. So yeah, this is clips from them. The Earth isn't
go ahead.
flat, McToon.
So
there
say-
is
so
topography.
but-
Surveying, right, means that the Earth isn't flat. You measure topography. Ask your guy that's pretending to be a surveyor, right? That's not flat, is it?
Hold on. Let's be clear.
Right from the off. How can you be talking to a surveyor and pretending that flat isn't flat? Ask yourself that. There's only a certain amount of people that are obsessed with things that aren't the things that they are.
Bev, are you going to just say clearly right now that the main surveyor is lying about being a surveyor?
I'm going to say that the surveyors would measure topography. Now that is a change.
Are you going to?
What's up, Rob?
Just to let everybody know that Rodney B, isn't he a surveyor? I would like him to jump in as much as he can.
He came in and he said at the beginning. There's not much to jump in at the minute. This is McToon's speaking for surveyors at the minute. I mean, I think everybody knows that McToon isn't a surveyor. The question is for Jeff at the minute here.
Say
elevation
or stop saying that the main surveyor
I don't know.
He'd
have to prove that he's a surveyor, wouldn't he? In order for that, I would need to know he is a surveyor.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Main surveyor, are you a licensed geodetic surveyor in the state of Maine?
I am a licensed professional surveyor in the state of Maine.
Very good. Okay.
Are you bound by any ethical code or anything of surveyors?
Oh, you like to ask that question, don't you?
It's a good question, that. Very good question. So I paused it for a minute.
That's the first time I've ever asked it, to be honest.
Actually, Bev, you've asked it to me on Twitter.
Oh, yeah, you never answered, did you?
I actually did answer, Bev.
I can't remember. Just remind us.
We have a standards of practice which we must follow.
Yep. Code of ethics, to be honest, to the public and represent your trade.
In Maine statute, it is called a standards of practice.
Okay. And you would be bound by that.
Ethics.
Right?
When performing my professional duties.
Okay. And are you performing your professional duties at the moment?
I am representing the profession of surveying at the moment as an individual.
Okay. Fantastic. So, when we do our test and we establish, first of all, step one would be to establish a horizontal line. Now, can surveyors do that? Over a mile.
Establish. So listen.
Right, this might be a good point to bring in Rodney right now. A simple question asked to a surveyor, supposed surveyor, I mean. Can you establish a horizontal?
Now, over a year ago, I got a chance to ask the globe surveyors these very simple questions, and look how hard it is for them to answer the questions. Is it any wonder you've got people making up things nowadays?
I'm not surveyor, but I suppose that it would be first step in surveying.
Yeah. It's about as basic as you can get. Establish a baseline, a measurement, a reference frame for you to measure from and to. Very fundamentals. You can't do that. You can't even start anywhere to be able to do any surveying. Listen to the answer.
He just messaged me and said that he's having trouble hearing on Discord, so he's going to jump in when the presentation's over.
Oh, is that Rodney?
Maybe,
yeah.
Yeah. He won't hear this for about 30 seconds, but maybe he'll jump in.
Oh, right. Okay. So, I mean, I don't know anybody else. Like, how hard would you imagine it would be for a surveyor to answer that one question? Can a surveyor establish a horizontal?
Surely that's at least part of their job.
I'd say it's the whole basis of their job.
If I'm building something, I would need to ensure that I have a baseline from which to build with, even if what I'm building isn't straight, right? I would need a straight line to measure from, it would seem.
Yeah. And the position of that straight line would be horizontal, right? You know, that would be the best bit because it would be the most stable foundation for you to build on.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it is also, like I was saying, the point that I was making when I say I'm not a flat earther because the earth isn't flat. The very fact of what surveyors do, they measure a difference in elevation of the land as a vertical distance, right? That fact means that it isn't flat. And that's the whole what surveyors do. They measure an elevation change. Now that elevation change means it's not flat, but it is an elevation change from a horizontal as a vertical distance, a perpendicular from the base. And the measurement is the vertical. So your base that you're starting off from is the horizontal. That's what level means. That's all I'm saying in this, right? That you measure a vertical change in height from that horizontal. The horizontal is flat. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's definitely a two-dimensional plane, the horizontal. But to say that the Earth is flat, it to me is such a misnomer. You cannot defend that position. You know, when you've got to be as exact as the people that you're talking to require you to be, because they'll pick up on every little tiny mistake. You can't go into an argument with a misnomer. So that's the only reason I say personally that it's not flat.
And we've talked about that quite a bit on this channel. Some people don't like being called flat earthers, and it is a name that we kind of got stuck with, and I think accepted when this resurgence happened. To me, I just think of it as kind of a shorthand for, yeah, we know the Earth isn't flat, but it's not a ball, and it's some kind of plane with ups and downs, hills, valleys, mountains, all that. But not a ball. That's how I think of it in my head. Not perfectly flat, but you're right. They do sometimes attack.
Isn't that weird? Now, looking back, Brandon just thinks that flat Earth means not a ball. A label that you've been stuck with because somebody's handed to you. They've put a box and gone, right, you're going to get in that box. Because
I'm in that box.
Yeah, I'm handing it to you. Right, I'm handing you a label, get in the box.
I'm in the box.
Well, there's a lot of people. Like I said at the beginning of this, McToon says anyone that thinks level is horizontal and they're the same thing also belongs in that box to them. Yeah,
That puts me in the box.
Get in the box.
I'm in the box.
Well, I'm not getting in the box because they say stupid things.
No, I
Because
say a lot of stupid things.
You could say reality, right? Where everybody could say whatever label you want, I live in reality, so therefore that is reality. So that somebody would go, well, flat Earth, I consider that as reality. So therefore flat Earth means reality. And then somebody else could go, well, I live on a globe and globe is reality. So therefore globe means real. And it's just then you're making up your own definitions. Which I guess people do. And just because somebody defines it in a book, and is that what it means? Who knows? I find it really strange, though, because that's where people want to take this. You're just talking about straight lines. Even Jesse was talking about straight lines. We'll get
the use of that term.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, because I'm a literalist. That two-dimensional plane, the horizontal plane, it means a lot to me. Now, that is definitely flat. But the Earth isn't. So, like, my whole argument is based around the horizontal. It's quite hard for me to take the flat Earth, especially when you know that the whole point of them labeling you flat earther is just so that they can ridicule you and maybe threaten to get your children taken off you, you know, with accusations of child abuser. We'll go past that. So did you get that? The old one was just 8 inches times the miles in distance. Here we go. This is one of the bits that I don't think people have realised. Back to basics.
Through the entire level. Well, actually, plane surveyors do account for curvature anyway in their elevations. So you always need to apply curvature corrections to your elevation. I'm saying that differential leveling techniques done properly will account for curvature automatically when you keep the foresight and the backsight relatively short and equal through the entire levels. When you're using your theodolite or your total station.
Okay, so this guy talking now is the guy who may or may not live in Maine. We don't know.
So he is talking about measuring change in elevation, and he's suggesting that they are adding to this measurement curvature of supposed globe.
Yeah.
But this is also very vague. It's not precise what he's talking about, because obviously he is taking measurement of changing of elevation, but he's not taking measurement of curvature. He just he is adding calculation of curvature to existing measurement.
Parasophism. I'm going to label this as, and you'll get it in a bit with what he's doing. He's basically saying that plane surveying adds in a curvature, or automatically adds in curvature. You don't. He did say that you'd have to do a calculation, but then he said it happens automatically as well. It's like a double speak. Contradicts himself.
It cannot be true, because he's using straight lines for measurement, and if he is taking into account the curvature, he would use curved line, baseline.
Yeah,
it is nonsense.
So listen to what he says, but I mean it's the bit that's coming up is you'll be amazed by this.
Will account for curvature automatically when you keep the foresight and the backsight relatively short and equal through the entire levels. When you're using your theodolite or your total station and you're measuring those distances, you need to apply the 8 inches times the mile squared elevation correction. It's expressed a bit differently.
Right, this is quite interesting. Yeah, this is good. This is my bingo card. Yeah, I was just developing it. But
So he said correction. So he's correcting his precise measurements with this.
With some sort of a correction. But listen to the old and the new. Because this is new. I don't know whether you've heard it yet. You see on the screen I've put...
Yeah.
He's got the old one, 8 inches by the miles squared. Now, he's going to apply a different one. That's the old one. Jeff's going to explain the new one here. I think he just makes this up, but I've wrote it down for you so you can have a look at it as it's going.
For surveying. Because you understand 8 inches times the mile square. We're mixing units there. We've got to have everything in the same.
You're mixing units. Right? You know what the units we're mixing? Inches and miles. Apparently.
Same units. So the correction becomes 0.024 times feet expressed in thousands. So a mile would be 5.28. And that's squared.
I go back to see that. There you go. So, 8 inches times the mile squared is what Jesse Kozlowski said as well. That's what Jesse did. And everybody else says that. But then they also say that they don't use that. It comes and it goes, these measurements, obviously, because they're made up. They're not real. Because they're meant to be drop numbers, really. Because they're based on triangles and Pythagorean. But let's forget about that. Let's try and play the game with them, right? So he's saying 8 inches times the mile squared is the old measurement. But so now what we have to do is equalize them for some reason. So 8 inches becomes 0.024
of a mile.
Of what? I don't know.
Of a mile?
Well, I don't know. He's equalizing them, right? You add 8 inches and miles, and they're different for some reason. So now he's making it into the new one. So we're changing 8 inches to 0.024. Right? And then we're going to times that by 5.28 feet squared over 1,000. Just to make them the same, you know.
I don't understand.
Well, he's doing this at McToon's, right? So you want to... I'll give you the thing here. So this is what it sounds like in real time.
Times the mile squared elevation correction. It's expressed a bit differently.
Right, this is quite... See, I noticed he called that 8 inches times the distance in miles squared an elevation correction. Put it back again. Oh, come on. You'd have to have a distance between your points as well. No measure, a known distance between the points that you're measuring, but you don't. You're just transposing that horizontal.
Will account for curvature automatically when you keep the foresight and the backsight relatively short and equal through the entire levels. When you're using your theodolite or your total station and you're measuring those distances, you need to apply the 8 inches times the mile squared elevation correction.
8 inches times the miles squared elevation correction, says this guy that may or may not be from Maine. Have you ever heard of it expressed like that before?
He is mainly from Maine.
Well, he may not be. We don't know. I mean, obviously we can't trust this man about anything.
It's expressed a bit differently.
Right, this is quite. He says this elevation correction number is expressed a bit differently.
So this is the same, but in different way.
Expressed a bit differently, yeah. Interesting. You see on the screen, I've put
Yeah.
He's got the old one, 8 inches by the miles squared. Now he's going to apply a different one. That's the old one. Jeff's going to explain a new one here. I think he just makes this up, but I've wrote it down for you so you can have a look at it as it's going.
For surveying, because you understand 8 inches times the mile square, we're mixing units there. We got to have everything in the same units. So the correction becomes 0.024 times feet expressed in thousands. So a mile would be 5.28, and that's squared.
And that's squared. It's over 1,000 as well, like a fraction, and then you square it. Don't know whether you square it before or after.
Feet expressed in thousands? I still don't get it. It is a mile, I think.
Yeah, has to be, doesn't it? Because it's just a transposing the 8 inches times the mile squared into a new thing which equalises. It has to be the same, just expressed differently for surveyors. But obviously he's not a surveyor.
If you have 1 mile, you square this, you have still 1 mile. But if there is a 5 point something, you have different equation. Outcome would be different.
Yep.
It's too complicated.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, you wouldn't understand, obviously. There we go. So that would be the curvature. So, did you get that? He passed over it, right? Nobody asked him any questions when we were saying that. McToon's never said, what? I've never heard of that before. No, it's like it's common knowledge that these new fangled elevation adjustment numbers mean nothing, don't they? I mean, come on. He's adjusting the elevation numbers. The old one was just 8 inches times the miles in distance squared. Jeff's changed that to 0.024 times 5.28 squared.
Wow. What do we call that now? Jeff math?
I'll put it on the screen there. You can see
what's
that.
What's his justification for changing that? What's
he said that they weren't in the same units. I don't know what he exactly meant, because I mean, inches and miles are sort of the same system. But I mean, if taken for that, like he wants them at the same unit, well, this is a inch and this is a mile, so the one in between is feet.
Yeah.
Right. So this is a mile squared represented at 1,000. This isn't 8 inches represented as feet, because 8 inches. I mean, it would have been ideal because 8 inches is 0.666, isn't it? So I mean, that would have been great. He could have easily got the 6s in there, but so I don't know why he changed that to 0.24. He's like changed the curvature rate. He must have a different size, I think.
Well, it's a lot flatter than the globe head's saying.
Does that make sense?
He's changing radius.
Yeah, that's obviously
globe?
that. There's something changed there, right? Because those numbers don't relate to each other at all, do they?
Doesn't make any sense for me anyway.
Feet expressed as 1,000 is it's still a mile on that side. But the 0.2024, who knows? Who knows? Anybody good at mathematics? Let us know what the implications of this particular number change is for anybody.
I am not good at calculations.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, could he be changing it from inches to meters? And from
Well, why
miles
is
to
he put
kilometers?
it at 5.28 feet divided by 1,000? Because that's definitely not the same, is it?
What he's probably doing is that because they're converting it for the the WGS84 model.
Yeah. See, so they're saying there that could he not have done it to a meter? Well, I don't think so. But if he would have a meter on one side and feet on the other side, that's definitely not making the units the same. Is it? But that's, this is globe surveyors.
Total mess.
Yeah. I know. What sort of a mind do you have to be in to, I think it's one of those sort of bets, right? That you can just go in there and be a troll and say the stupidest stuff and get away with it because nobody's going to pick you up on it. On the globe side, nobody's going to pick you up on any of this. It's just stupid stuff that nobody can follow and nobody's going to say anything because then you'd be the one that go, oh, you just don't understand. When there's not really much there to understand. But if anybody wants to come in and tell us and explain to us from the globe surveying side how they can have elevation adjustment numbers, then I'd be keen to hear about it. Really keen.
Because that's what the state plane coordinates are converted over to if you have to do a conversion just to make it fit with that model. So
Isn't the WGS84 a horizontal datum?
it's based off of the state plane system.
Yeah.
It's not a vertical datum, right?
No, that's where their curvature math. When they say
Do have vertical datums. Thank you. Just doing a horizontal. What do you mean higher? How can it be higher? Higher than what?
Because the surface higher in relation to the.
There we go.
Absolutely, because So what's going to happen then is you put your mark right here, right? You got the pen. You put your mark on the first one. Here's what the surveyors are going to do. You go to the next one. It's going to be higher.
What the right? This is McToon's imagination is running wild here now because right. So this is when we went over to go and talk to McToon, and McToon is now speaking for the surveyor that he's got, supposed surveyor. Sorry, I nearly gave him a qualification that what he hadn't earned. McToon's speaking for the guy that's pretending to be a surveyor. Now, if there's anything more certain that this guy isn't a surveyor, it's the fact that McToon's still thinks that he can talk over him and explain it for him. Because McToon isn't a surveyor.
He ended with upward horizontal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll put it back a bit again so we can just do that.
Absolutely, because you're, yeah. So what's going to happen then is you put your mark right here, right? You got the pen. You put your mark on the first one. Here's what the surveyors are going to do. You go to the next one. It's going to be higher.
What the right?
Higher.
This is McToon's imagination is running wild here now because he's got a horizontal that raises. So this is brilliant.
Actually, Bev, did you hear when he said to you, "What do you want?" And you said you want a horizontal. You said it really slowly for him.
Yeah.
And then he said really quickly,
I can barely hear you, Primate. I don't know if anybody else can hear you.
It sounds all right to me, Cleary.
Okay.
Yeah. McGoon said, you want a flat plane.
Yeah.
So he knows exactly what you want, what you're asking for.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
This is good. This though, because horizontal.
You go to the
higher.
Yeah, you go to the final one. It's going to be even higher still.
No, we're just doing a horizontal. What do you mean higher? How can it be higher? Higher than what?
Because the surface higher in relation to the canal that it's next to, right?
Well, it's a question for Jesse, right? So that was McToon saying that he expected the horizontal to be higher than the water in the canal that it's referenced to. Not the water level in the canal dropping away. No. McToon's has a horizontal rising up. I'm presuming that's because he knows that the water level is level than horizontal. That's interesting, particularly tonight that we're going over this. I don't know whether we're going to get to it because this is going to be mental if we go over all of this stuff. But yeah, McToon's has an idea that the horizontal rises, which would give it some sort of a slope. And mathematics states a horizontal is the x-axis normally with 0 slope. So he's just put a slope where mathematics says there is none.
Because this is only apparent deviation. You know, the real deviation is because we live on the globe, but this horizontal is deviating only apparently.
Well, what horizontal at the minute? We're talking about a horizontal and he's talking about something deviating from it, but causing the horizontal to rise up. Now that's not uncommon, as you'll find out. Everybody has this sort of stuff going.
I mean, I think it's the same thing.
What?
Whether you think of it as the water level dropping off or as the horizontal rising, it's the same thing.
The horizontal rising?
In relation to the water level.
Are you sure? I mean, like, both of them sound absolutely ridiculous to me. The horizontal rising, because it's even and balanced, obviously, and the water level dropping, water finds its own level. It would be finding its level if it was dropping, if there was a slope. Right, so both of them sound ridiculous. Now, if you have a concept of either of them, or them both being the same, it's just in your mind, because in reality it's horizontal. There you go. Somebody, I mean, how long has it been since they said that they're both the same? The drop and the hump are the same thing? Or is that old school stuff now, as the development of the argument moved on, for them to say new stuff? There's a paradox there, that people have to imagine them as being the same thing.
He's separating horizontal line and supposed curvature of the Earth. So but he cannot resolve that. It is you cannot resolve it.
Yeah, aporia, right? You're in that
Yeah.
position. You're forced to go there whenever you have to consider the geometric facts about a straight line and perpendicular, and the globe model causes this drop hump, horizontals with slopes, or drops from horizontal. It's like it's a land of confusion. Stuck in it. Listen.
Whoever's played the trick on you and give you that bendy water level, they've done a good job.
Yeah, horizontal is horizontal.
Yes, but it's not level. Level isn't horizontal.
Level is horizontal. This is a
Not in this
horizontal
case.
baseline reality we're in here, man. Check it.
Look up
You'll
the
see.
definition of level. A horizontal.
In this case, it means something different. I mean, words can mean different. Can have different meanings.
Not in reality.
Yeah. Yeah.
Words can have different meanings. in
Level
reality.
is based on reality, though, right? And a horizontal
You see,
is a
but
reality
we
measurement.
live in a world. We live in a world now, Bev, when horizontal's not level, boys are girls, milk is racist. Like these people are just detached from reality.
Straight is curved and parallel lines can intersect. In your mind, you just think of it like that. I mean, in reality, it'll stay a straight line. Parallel lines won't intersect, but you can think of it as though they do. Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't understand what horizontal is, tilt your head sideways and look out. Then you'll start getting a better idea of what horizontal is.
And hyperparabolics, they do cross over, but not
Oh, Lord.
regular parallels.
There we go.
Okay, so now I'm moving into another one where I got to talk to Jesse Kozlowski over at Jose's. It took me quite a while to get this chat with Jesse, because I mean, just asking simple questions once again. This is what led us on to this sort of
this is
discovery.
This conversation is why I came into this arena, because I've been talking to these people on Twitter, and I came into this arena to talk to people, to ask some questions. This is the first time I got to talk to Jesse Kozlowski. Actually talk to him, and I got to ask him one question.
It's like a scene of a crime.
Yeah.
I just want to know, is the level a drop from the horizontal? A measurable drop from horizontal?
Let them dance.
There you go.
Yeah. Jesse, did you hear that question from Bev? Make sure you're unmuted, Jesse. When you join, is muted. Ask again. Try thinking here. Jesse should be
Yeah,
listening.
go ahead. Sorry, I was on mute and I just came back in.
Right, Jesse, you said the level is not horizontal. So is the level
No,
a
I didn't.
measurable drop from the horizontal?
I did not say that the level is not horizontal.
There you go. That's the first words he says.
Damn.
That's wizardry, right?
Wizardry.
What did everybody hear then?
Level is horizontal.
Yeah. Jesse Kozlowski said level is horizontal, and he's not said otherwise. Made a specific point of telling everybody that before he says this.
I said horizontal and level are coincident with each other at one point only. And that
At one point only.
Therefore, not parallel.
Wait. Sorry. Okay. How long is that point?
It's a point.
Yeah, but it has to have a length if it's horizontal. It has to have a length. So how long is that point?
He said the coincident at a point.
Whatever that means.
The same.
Same shit, yeah.
This word
Saying level is
coincident
horizontal
is
without saying level is horizontal.
this word coincident is completely off because you don't use word coincident to something. This is just gibberish. You can say parallel or or perpendicular or vertical, whatever, but coincident. What does it mean? Coincident
At a point.
utter nonsense.
It's wizardry. Because you can make it, you can, in your supreme intelligence, you can imagine it to be whatever you want it to be. And then you'll be agreeing with Jesse, and Jesse will be agreeing with you. And you can go along happily thinking that you and Jesse agree with each other about something. But Jesse's not saying anything, really. He's just said that he's not said that level isn't horizontal. But then listen to what he does actually say.
And that's at the plumb line where the observer is.
Oh yeah, I heard
The
that.
level surface drops down from the horizontal plane at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared.
Right, so it drops away, drops down. Does anybody know what down is? Do we have a definition of down?
Yes, I know. Everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
The down that turns into an up is vertical, right? That down would have to be called vertical. So a measurement is a drop away, a drop down on the vertical. That's how you measure elevation changes. I can't go over this how many times. Jesse Kozlowski has just said he imagines that level has an elevation change over distance. A slope.
And he's measuring according to horizontal line because he has no other way to do that. So he's doing measurement according to horizontal line, and from that horizontal line, he's measuring vertical drop.
Yeah. Yeah, which is an elevation change.
Yes, of course.
And so, yeah, that's why Jesse isn't around anymore. Because he said that. That was the last time Jesse's ever said anything. Prove us wrong, Jesse. Come and have a chat about it. Explain how you can say that this can be measured. Remember at the beginning, Jesse was saying that he's the one that's thankful for all of this arena to be in. And he's the one that's thankful for it all. And he wasn't trying to debunk anything. He wanted to actually prove things, to show people how you could measure things. And he's just said that level has a drop, which is going to be a bit different because we've got Blue in a bit to explain. Because that's what we're building up to here. We're building up to Lake Pontchartrain with a drop. There isn't a drop.
How many times?
Measurable, right?
My question is, how many times? Oh, yeah, it's measurable. It was derived.
That's all I wanted to confirm.
I just wanted him to say, oh, yeah, it's measurable. Because that's what surveyors do, right? Surveyors measure these things. Jesse Kozlowski says it's measurable. He says the water level drops away from the horizontal. And it's measurable. It's an elevation change. Obviously.
So he measured this drop.
Yeah, he measures an elevation change of the water over distance. The level. Sorry. Using a tool called a level. That's good, that, isn't it? It's clever. How you can convince people of something so readily. He's not really said anything, has he? So
you can measure this. Have you tried measuring this?
I've
Yeah,
seen
so
everything you've done.
he even has the nerve to ask us if have we tried measuring it. An elevation change over water. It's called a river. We know how water flows. Drops down. So Jesse just asked me if I'd tried measuring this. So surely you should be able to ask someone, a surveyor, to establish a horizontal, and then just put a water level up to that horizontal, right, and measure the drop. Jesse says it's measurable.
Yeah, he should be a professional surveyor. He should be happy to speak with you about it and patient, and he should be able to teach you and talk to you. But he's trying to halfway answer a question and run away. What's he afraid of? I thought he was a professional surveyor.
Yeah, it's measurable. So why not say you can do a horizontal, and we'll just put a water level up to that horizontal. I mean, should be easy, right?
Easy, yeah. No problem.
Let's see how he goes for a little bit more. You are saying that a water level drops away from the actual level. You know, when you set up an auto level.
No, I didn't say
they're
that.
different, aren't they? He did say that.
No, not really.
Right, so here's George as well, right? So he's just said that the water level drops away from the horizontal, and then when asked to clarify, he says he hasn't said it. And now
Yes,
George is coming in.
Because it's too obvious that his double speak was shown. Therefore, George Knachuk wanted to save him from the trouble.
Yep. When George jumps in for you, maybe because of your inexperience talking to people. Who knows?
An auto level.
George,
established with the plan.
Here's George coming in, saving Jesse, if everybody noticing here. Jesse's just said something George doesn't quite agree with, and he's telling him.
Yeah, George and Rumpus are like...
Sorry.
Yeah, George and Rumpus are the dynamic duo. They always swoop in. It's one or the other, or they save one another. So they're always working together.
Yeah. Are you speaking for Jesse, George?
I can't join in. You can't either, man.
George, let me talk to this man.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Thanks. Okay, so how many more times must I explain this to you? I've explained this to you on Twitter, on YouTube, and now we're here in person finally talking to each other.
Yeah.
How many more times?
You're saying that level drops from the horizontal. A level. What do you think he's explained to me? Because it sounds like he's contradicting himself as soon as he says something. That's what I'm trying to do, is to get a clarifier out of him. Jesse, if you're out there listening, we could do with some clarification on what you fuck you talking about. It does sound a little bit strange. Level is a tool that establishes a horizontal.
My question to you, this is my question. How many more times do you want me to repeat this
I haven't
same
heard one
answer?
straight answer. Give him a straight answer.
All right, Brian, I'm gonna have to lose you from the call. Only Try Thinking and Jesse Kozlowski are the only two persons should be heard right now.
That's my question to you, is how many more times do you want me to repeat the identical answer I've been giving you? I don't know. Is this months now since you started following me on Twitter? And
okay, well, can I go over it then and tell you what I understand, and you can just confirm or deny it, right? Just to make sure. You're saying that you can set up a level.
No, I just asked you a question. I'm asking you this. How many more times are you going to ask
just this one? Just this one, Jesse.
So
if you make it sure and let everybody know that you have definitely answered the question that I've asked, then that'll be the last time, Jesse. Promise.
So this is it. Drum roll. This is it, right, Brian? What's your name, Bev?
Do you know the question? Do you want me to repeat the question again?
Yes, you're going to, but I wanted you to answer me that one question. How many more times? You're saying this is it?
Right, yeah. If you answer the question this time properly and not obfuscate it.
Have you seen my answers before?
You've never really answered the question. That's why I keep having to ask to clarify, Jesse.
All right, let's try it.
Okay. Do you want me to give you the question then from full?
Yeah, let's pretend it's the first time.
Okay. I'm at the side of a canal and I have set up an auto level, right? That is establishing a horizontal line of view, right? Through the crosshairs.
Correct.
Right. And now I am at the side of a canal. Now that canal is water level. It is horizontal too, I say. But you say it drops away. Now, can you measure that drop of the water level away from the horizontal level of your auto level?
Perfect. Let's try to, Jesse, address you without interruptions. Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, man. Is that in the chat? Yeah, we're watching a video. If you're in Discord, click on my link. I can't see. I'm not looking at Discord at the minute with live video.
Watching
yes.
Video, or well, listening. That's pretty clear. Can you do it without using perspective?
So that was Jesse's answer there. You might have missed that.
You're saying that you can set up a level.
No.
I don't think that was that it.
You're give you the question then from full.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, let's pretend it's the first time.
Okay. I'm at the side of a canal and I have set up an auto level, right? That is establishing a horizontal line of view, right? Through the crosshairs.
Correct.
Right. And now I am at the side of a canal. Now that canal is water level. It is horizontal too, I say. But you say it drops away. Now, can you measure that drop of the water level away from the horizontal level of your auto level?
Perfect. Let's try to, Jesse, address you without interruptions. Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, man.
Watching
yes.
Video, or well, listening. That's pretty clear.
There you go. So Jesse just says yes. You can measure it. That's it. That's all there is. No more.
Can you do it without using perspective?
Why not? Why not?
Whoa. I don't think that was that it. Was that it? I heard Brian, I heard George, but it was supposed to be Jesse and Bev, like sorting this out and sealing it up for the last time. So let's give him an extra minute.
So you say it can be measured. What sort of distance can it be measured at, please?
What distance would you like to try to measure it at?
I don't know. I'm asking you, what distance can you measure it at? All of these people around here are thinking you can do it. So tell these people at what distance you can measure the drop of the water level from the auto level, please.
And
right, he doesn't. He didn't. He didn't, and then we go into the next video here. But this is Jesse Kozlowski now justifying his drop of the water level. He never answers that. That question has never been answered ever by a globe model believer
or a YouTube curvature. Yeah
Cleary's even redefined it, haven't you? Or you redefined it, you've reworded it into a hydrostatic question as well. I mean, there can be many ways you can say at what distance can a straight line start bending.
At what distance between 2 points can you falsify the law of hydrostatic equilibrium?
At what distance does a horizontal start bending?
Yep.
At what distance can you measure the drop of the water level from the horizontal? All unanswerable questions, because
that it doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's right. They talk about what you could do, but they have never measured curvature, you know.
Yeah, and that's the way we're basically we're half an hour in there, and that was just setting up how hard it is to actually talk to surveyors. Now, see, arrow, drop, drop, wizard trick, magic, state tangent a few times, see curve.
His crosshairs on the left are like 20 feet off the horizon, really. They're above the boat.
Well, he's probably not laying down on the water line. He's probably above the water.
It says 11.6 feet.
Yeah. You're going to have angular size reduction, right? Things look smaller in the distance as that boat goes.
The 14-foot bank lighthouse is standing at 59 feet. Because that makes sense.
North American vertical datum of 88. It deals with elevations.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, go.
That's
go
a
ahead,
measured
man.
height
Come on.
above sea level. Yeah.
Okay.
Seems pretty straightforward to me, Jesse.
All right.
Right. Now, here we go. Now, this is a good bit. Shout out, right the hand. This is the nutsack drop, right? This is where the Kozlowski nutsack drop. Jesse's just explained it. There is a drop. George is going to fully explain exactly what happens.
Top, we have A and we have C. The blue shows the water level. All right, Bev is going to have a surveyor set out a horizontal tangent line or a horizontal line going from A to C. That's the black mark. Okay, that's our horizontal. Now, Bev is going to take this water level, fill it up so that the top of the water level coincides with the horizontal line at A. And then he expects to go out to C and see that the water level at C, in that water level, the water itself will agree with the horizontal tangent. That's his claim. Our claim is...
Right. That is a claim that a level tool establishes a horizontal plane of reference. I consider the water level to be no different than any other tool called a level establishes a horizontal plane. So there's nothing wrong with that for me. I'd quite happily go along with this A to C thing.
What's going to really happen?
Wow!
Is
Whoa, George! Can
No,
you just
shut
say?
up.
Don't
Shut
say
up.
our
Quiet.
claim.
Shut up.
Bev.
See, I didn't want George to say our because this is quite a big claim. That when he says our, he's speaking not for me because he said this is my model. When he said our, I presume he was talking for all of the ballers. Now, I know that there is a conundrum that they have, and this isn't the model that most of them take. In fact, most people say this is ridiculous. So that's why I was protesting. I was trying to save George from other people.
Yeah, when George says go out to sea, he's talking about going out to point C, not the ocean. It's a little confusing.
Be quiet.
All right, let him speak for everyone then. Go on.
All right. So, for those of us that understand that the Earth is curved, this is what's actually going to happen. You're going to...
Right, you understanding this? George is speaking for people. This is what has to happen. They're forced into this. Model dictates. And George. Rumpus and people like that. Need this drop. Now, most people, Wallace and Robotham and all of those, they only had the hump to deal with. Because you can't really imagine that the water drops away in the distance. That's obviously what rivers do. But George is telling everybody, this is what's required on the model. Is also what Jesse said. There's a measurable drop from the horizontal. Jesse says it too.
to have your water level go from A to C. You're going to fill it up at A so it agrees with the horizontal tangent or the horizontal line, and then the water will seek its own level so that the height of the water pipe at A, the water at the top of the pipe is going to be at the same height at C above the curvature of the earth, and there will be a gap between the height of the water at C and the horizontal line.
Hey,
and
George,
that amount will be 8 inches in a mile. If
8
you go
inches?
back to point B, it will be 2 inches to the point where you get to A, that there won't be any gap. So the further you go out from A
fantastic, George.
towards C, the more of a gap there will be between the top of the water on the water level and the
So, George, when it looks like your first drawing, when it looks like that, what are you going to say?
Oh, I'll concede. I'll say the earth is flat. And I'll scream from the rooftops.
The
There
earth
we
won't
go.
be flat though, George. It won't make the earth flat. There will still be mountains and valleys.
Yes,
We
It
get
will just make
Yeah, we
level,
get that.
horizontal,
We get
right?
that.
Will you
Okay,
admit that?
I'll declare that the earth is not a spherical planet. How's that?
Declare that level is horizontal, right? Because that's what the test is, right? It's a test to show that level is horizontal.
It's simple.
All right, fine. If you want to define it that way, fine. Okay.
Thank you. There you go. Just level is horizontal, but I mean, McToons also says that that is flat as well. So, I mean, who's fighting for what? What does anything mean at the minute? We're just trying to show simply that a simple statement about a straight line and geometrical facts and proofs that go along with it means
This
something.
is what they think is horizontal going up, according due to curvature.
Well, yeah, because they say that the water level doesn't change in elevation, so by consequent from that, the horizontal has to rise up, which again puts a slope to a horizontal. Gets trickier and trickier. It's like a slippery slope once you start on this globe model.
Yes, because they are calculating a level on the surface of the globe. Therefore, they are measuring elevation from surface of the globe. So for them, it is the same. If it is not parallel to horizontal line, this is no problem for them.
Yeah, I know. It's hard work for him, isn't it? Contradictions everywhere, paradoxes.
Yes, Nuts house.
Right, so can anybody see any problems with that, like logically or just sort of basically, you know, having the water level drop 8
I have
inches
to say
from
that makes sense
horizontal?
to me. That's exactly
Does
how I
it?
imagined it before.
Would that
Yeah.
not be like it would be a elevation change of 8 inches in the negative direction, right? From horizontal,
You could
surely.
think of it this way, yeah.
Okay, so when you were saying earlier that elevation change was a vertical distance, would that not be a vertical distance change of 8 inches? So would you not say
one
that
point to
over a
another.
mile, over a mile, the water stays level but drops 8 inches vertically?
The water stays level. So the water would be on the water level, which is curved, yes. And if you're measuring the drop, it would be roughly 8 inches per mile. Yeah.
A vertical distance in the drop. Would that be 8 inches every mile?
I mean, that's an approximation.
What, 8 inches every mile is an approximation?
Yeah. Which
Really?
is accurate about...
Would you start measuring again every mile, or would you use the quadratic
no, you
equation?
can use it for quite a while, as far as I remember. But over very long distances, it's
the vertical, noting the vertical drop of the water. You think you could do that for quite a while, whilst imagining that the water's level? Or do you imagine that the water drops? Which one is it?
The way he explained it here, where in his second option or second scenario.
With George, you go with the
the
Kozlowski nutsack drop.
The
Brilliant.
bottom one.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens in a minute. Okay, because JC might have a different model for you.
Today we have Jesse Kozlowski.
So yeah, figured it's about time we show some of the results.
I'm looking forward to this, man.
It's
This is
yeah. The reason I'm going into this in some detail is because a lot of flat earthers are looking at what we did here at Lake Pontchartrain. So try to
not just flat earthers
understand
looking at it.
The importance of this. So there's no hocus pocus to this data. And we'll get into this a little bit more.
Right, so a lot of flat earthers are looking into this. This is Lake Pontchartrain footage now we're going into. After we've just had described the Kozlowski nutsack drop, where the water level drops away, right? That's definitely what he was just explaining, right? The water level drops. That's in the downward direction. Negative, he's just said, your man here is in a negative vertical direction. Now Jesse's been over the bridge and he's marked some points with his GPS system on the roof of his car, and he's now explaining how all of this coordinate system works. As you can see here, he's got X, Y, and Z. So as we just explained before, the XY would be on a plane, and the Z is the vertical distance. That is your vertical across the plane. So here we go.
So in a nutshell, the system that GNSS operates in, or is referenced to, is a three-dimensional Cartesian coordinate system. It's a rectangular coordinate system, and any point P can be described as having coordinates X, Y, and Z.
Right, I would like to point out at this, it's a rectangular coordinate system, and the only geometry that has anything rectangular, as in the old traditional sense of rectangles with parallel opposite sides and right angles, that's Euclidean. X, Y, Z. Definitely Euclidean.
And you cannot have more. You cannot have fourth dimension, because you need another 90 degree, and you cannot create anymore. Only three lines.
Yeah, you're stuck with this and traditional triangles with 180 degrees, parallel lines, straight lines being the shortest distance on a plane. You know, all of the good old-fashioned geometry that he likes using. So that's what Jesse's talking about here. Just angles, straight lines, the usual geometry.
And that's how it works. It isn't latitude and longitude. It's not elevations. It's Cartesian coordinates, X, Y, and Z. Now, once you have those coordinates, you can do things with them, such as convert them to latitude and longitude. And
you can get those coordinates and convert them if you want.
By curving them.
Just convert them. You know, like convert them, i.e. they are one thing, and then you change them to another.
Magic.
Well, yeah. You can't leave them the same, because then you wouldn't be converting them. It's very clever work. How these, I mean, let's say you measure a distance of 1 meter, and then convert it to. I mean, what would you convert a meter to?
To 2 meters. I need
Something
more.
that it's not. It's very clever word usage. It's required.
Ellipsoid height. Keep in mind, this is a 3-dimensional system. So it's not only latitude and longitude.
So keep in mind, this is a 3-dimensional system. Euclidean 3 space.
So
keep it
they
in your
need
mind.
Radius.
keep it in your mind all the time.
It's latitude, longitude, and ellipsoid height. Height above or below the ellipsoid. But we don't have to do that. You can leave it right here, and you're going to find out that in the test that we're going to look at, these are the coordinates that we ended up using that reveals the shape of the bridge. So back to this. Customarily, what we normally would do with our survey data is not leave it in X, Y, and Z Cartesian, but to go ahead and convert it to latitude and longitude and ellipsoid height. And once we do that, and here's the math for that. This was included in the other video I did. Just converting, you can go from latitude, longitude, and ellipsoid height to XYZ, or XYZ to lat, long, and height. And once you do that, you're able to develop elevations. Okay, so you're going to take the heights that are referenced to the ellipsoid, and you're going to apply a geoid model to arrive at elevations. And that is what we normally would be doing in day-to-day survey.
I'd say that they should be measuring the elevations separately.
He's showing equatorial plane, and he's setting up this Cartesian coordinate system on this equatorial plane. There are still 3 lines, straight lines there. So for me, this is just mockery, because he's just using funny flat Earth model, and he's recreating this flat Earth model into a globe.
Well, can you see the screen at the minute? Because this is one of the strangest. He bypasses it, but you notice he's got a geoid at the bottom, blue, and then this straight line here he's got labeled ellipsoid, and then he's got a right angle in between the geoid and the ellipsoid, right? But then this line that's on the side that's bending off looks like Rumpus's pole at Bedford. He's got labeled plumb line. With no joke. And that's got perpendiculars that are going different to this perpendicular. They both start off with the right angle at the bottom here. But I mean, look at this.
Yes. I mean, I have never seen that before.
No.
This is funny.
Yeah. This is he's labelled this a plumb line. And then look at this here. It's got it labelled ellipsoid height. But this is a plumb line coming off here. What's that reference to? Where do they get that height? There. Because it's different than what they've labelled plumb line.
So geoid height is this red line,
No,
is
the
straight.
blue line at the bottom is geoid.
Yes, but I'm talking, but he's measuring geoid height with a straight line, but at the same time,
Ellipsoid.
plumb line is curved.
Yeah. The
Idiot.
ellipsoid is a
Idiot.
straight line, while plumb's curved. And then I don't, you like, if that's the case, what the fuck is this line here? What's this straight line that's going up and down? If this is a plumb, it's amazing some of this stuff that they come up with. But he'll bypass that. Doesn't take any note of that. Nobody says anything about it. No one.
I have to pause that on this one. I mean, have you seen that particular model before? Because I mean, it's slightly hilarious that
It's ridiculous.
anyone can have that. You've got an ellipsoid height and then equipotential surfaces, geoid height, ellipsoid, geoid, orthometric. And it says, it's got an arrow pointing to this here, and it says plumb line. So
Yeah,
all
it's
of
a train
this...
wreck.
Oh yeah, there we go. But skip it. We have to get through this.
Work. And it would look like this after you've converted to latitude and longitude. You're going to planarize that.
See, look,
because
there's the
ideally
plane.
you want to be working in a very simple system, simple trig, simple geometry.
It's not a horizontal plane,
X,
though, is it?
Y coordinates. And
he just literally did say that. You like, because this picture would suggest that this plane has come from this spherical thing, but it's impossible. You cannot take a surface of a sphere, a non-developable surface, and make it into this with squares on it. It's impossible.
He's doing quite opposite. He's doing quite opposite. But he is telling that he is doing opposite to what he said.
Yeah.
History.
This way is impossible. You could possibly try and get this on this because it would definitely be distorted. But you can't develop the plane from the sphere. That's impossible.
Yep.
If Jesse wants to come and explain us what he's talking about and how he's claiming to do impossible things, then he's welcome to come and talk to us. But I'd suggest that Jesse will not be able to come and talk to us about it because this is impossible. But people have believed him. Shadow Giant, Jesse Kozlowski's. He's doing quite well.
And, nobody really works with latitudes and longitudes when they're doing house stakeout.
Nobody really works with latitude and longitude. I mean, Jesse even says it.
This is really interesting. So
We
they
leave our
do
ball.
the calculations to put it on the ball, and then when they're going to work do the actual work, the actual practical stuff, they planarize it, which is the stupidest term I've heard all day. Planarize.
Right.
Data was collected and processed, and
is that 0.02 meters?
Yes, 2 centimeters.
Wow.
Horizontal.
Right. This is the accuracy of GPS. I mean, we've never really heard this from anyone before. Well, other than it's ultra precise. Well, he's just said it's 2 centimeters on the horizontal. Gets better. 5
centimeters vertical. We're going to say that the vertical is good to about a decimeter, which is what, about 3-4 inches,
so
right?
within 10 centimeters.
Right, so this is Jesse claiming the numbers of the thing that he's measuring of his GPS system is accurate to about a decimeter, i.e. 10 centimeters. Now that's for each point. It would be another one to ask Jesse. I mean, is that a plus or minus for each point? Could it be 10 centimeters higher? On the next point, 10 centimeters lower, so 20 centimeter difference? Or is there a 10 centimeter difference between what he's talking about? We don't know. But
I think he's deliberately obfuscating because he makes this up, and it cannot be consistent.
Well, it's not really accurate, is it? 10 centimeters for elevation. I mean, you'd hope to be a lot more accurate than that. I would anyway. I mean, look at this picture here. I think this is the bit that he says. Very important. Again, words people use.
What I'm getting at here.
Right, so the GPS system that he's got is only accurate to about 10 centimeters. That's on every measured point. Interesting, that, right? I bet you didn't know
make
that.
the points
Twice. This is another one here that Jesse's going to explain.
Here is this whole idea about perspective does not affect the actual physical location of where these corners are. The dimensions are going to be the actual dimensions no matter what the visual looks like. So keep that in mind as we start to look at some of this data and some of Soundly's pictures, because people are just really struggling with what is obvious. So.
Did you catch that? Right, I'm pausing that again because I'm probably going to go over this twice. But that's Jesse Kozlowski pointing out to Soundly that those measured points of that will not actually move no matter what it looks like from a distance. If you're looking at it on an angle, if you're far away from it, looking at it with a squint, the actual locations of the positions don't change.
So he is refraction denier.
Well, no, he's just pointing out that refraction's just refraction. It doesn't actually move the positions of anything. He's telling Soundly that the only thing that matters when you're dealing with geometry and surveying is the actual measurements and the positions of the things that you're actually talking about, not what they look like when you take a picture over water or, you know, all of that doesn't make any difference. Jesse's telling him to his face.
Oh, no. Somebody was blowing up Discord. I was trying to shut him down.
Actual point that you measure will not change due to perspective. And then he cites Soundly's pictures as sort of proof. I mean, like he's just... Right, here we go. Now we get into the bit. Here we go. And it's just showing you the pool cue thing. Watch this.
You can start to see now. There's a little hump there, and there's a hump there. And turn a. So
he's showing here his model that he's been given, or whether he's made this model of Lake Pontchartrain. Now it starts off as a straight line with a certain length on it. There you go. That's a straight line. Here we go.
He's
just showing you the pool cue thing. Watch this.
You can start to see now. There's a little hump there, and there's a hump there. And turn a little bit more. And each time I turn it, I zoom in, so you could kind of see what's going on.
Every time he turns it and zooms in, the length of it stays the same. I don't know what he's talking about, really.
He's got a hump.
Well, he's developing a big, massive bow. He's like he's stringing a bow.
Yeah.
This is the shape of the bridge.
It's the
starting
shape of the
to
bridge.
appear as I turn in my software.
What's he turning? He's zooming in, right? I'll go back again. Let's see if these humps get zoomed in or if this total distance changes, right? Right, it's a straight line from there to there. These two lines don't change.
It's straight.
From the side, you can start to see now.
Yeah.
There's a little hump there, and there's a hump there.
But these lines are still the
turn
same.
a little bit more, and each time I turn it, I zoom in.
Still the
zoom
same.
in, so you could kind of see what's going on. This is the
I
shape
see
of the bridge.
2 humps.
Starting to appear as I turn in my software.
What's he doing?
He's bending it.
Yeah, he's
that's the large. I think that's the large marine.
Right. So, I mean, look at this. This red line and this blue line, are they parallel to each other? Is as he's so-called turning it, are these just getting further apart? These parallel lines. What's going on?
But he says that he is turning in his computer, in his program.
Yeah.
I don't know how it could prove anything.
And zooming in. Turning and zooming, whereas the total distance doesn't change.
Span. There's a couple humps that one of these humps, Sally, you said you weren't even aware of, right? One of them, I forget which one.
Magic trick, diversion.
Yeah,
Let's
it's
talk about
from
something
the
else for a
South
minute.
Shore. If you're looking out at the 8 Mile Marine,
the thing would start to disappear. I don't know why, but the graphics would not allow me to turn this anymore. That's as far.
Yeah, even the computer went, no, Jesse, no, you can't make a straight line bend any more than that, surely.
Wait a minute. Okay, so this is ridiculous, this graphic on screen right here, right? I mean...
Started off as a straight line, and you've developed this here because he turned it in a computer program.
Turning the screws, bending it.
I mean, what? Just look at that. How ridiculous is that?
No. This
What
is
a joke.
This is
What a
solid
joke.
proof. Solid proof.
He turned it in his computer program and bent it.
How many of these little bridges do you think it would take to make a complete circle? 24-mile bridge right here. How many of these segments would take to make a complete circle?
Yeah. How many of these lines do you reckon you could make their shape? I reckon about it. All right.
As far as I could get, and so I made a screenshot of that. So here's the side view again, and that's my midpoint, 981. If anybody wants to check this math, that's the chord. It's 28.
Says the elevation 5.75 at the
Meters.
midpoint. Yeah, 5.76 here at this side meters.
Point, like rounded off to 28.5, let's say, or 28.46 if you want to go to the nearest centimeter. And this is the length from the first level point that I kept in my sample to the last level point.
Right, so that's the first level point to the last level point, and one in the middle that's 5.76 on the level point. He says that. Yeah.
No, the level point is the line at the bottom, the green one.
What?
From one level point to the other, he was talking about the line, the green line.
Yeah.
Not the yellow one.
And the point in the middle is also level, right? Or you think it is? Or which point do you think is the level there in that?
Level is not a point.
This one is a chord.
Yes.
Right.
So that's the line.
So the chord comes from the first level point and the last level point. That's what he said.
Yes.
Yeah? Now, the middle point, which he said was here, the mid point is also on the level.
Is it not?
The midpoint is on the bridge.
Yes, on the level, the same level. Right? It's just that this is a chord. Jesse's drawn
And
a
it's-
chord.
Yeah, and it's 28.457 meters away from the chord.
Up.
Yes.
Higher.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, right. So that's a. This one is higher than the first point and the last point.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Carry on. There you go. They think level has a higher position in relation to the two ends. But he was confused at first because he said that level one was the blue line, which is the chord. Which I would have to agree with. That is the horizontal distance, the shortest distance from A to B, would be that line. To me, anyway. There's no need for me to develop this 28.5 meter hump in the middle. That obviously isn't there because it's impossible.
So pretty interesting that shape that you just showed us there, Jesse. Would you like to expound on that a little bit?
This shape right here?
Yeah.
What shape would you call that? It's a pretty interesting shape. What would you call it?
Vampire teeth?
Like a bow or something?
Just irregular curve.
Yeah.
Well,
You know
it looks
what I
curved to
call
me.
it? Ridiculous.
It is. It gets worse.
Is that where you're going with this? I mean, it's kind of obvious, right?
Yeah. Looks a little.
He turned it in his computer until its computer broke.
he all he said, "What do you think about that?" And Jesse said, "The shape."
Yeah.
And he said, "Yeah, well, it looks curved to me." They're
Yep.
talking about this right here.
Yep. This
not
this
the bridge.
This
Yep.
shape here looks pretty curved to me. Yep. That's what he's
Well,
talking
similar
about. Have a cup of
to
tea.
photography, don't you think?
Yeah. Well, don't let the cat out of the bag yet. Keep in mind, these are level. I mean, if you look at these, except for the humps,
exactly,
these are all at 5.7, 5.7, 5.7.
Right.
5.7. The thing was built to be level above that water.
Are you okay with that? They're all level. That's what he said. He keeps talking about they're all level above the water. He assumes that that's the shape of the water. Jesse Kozlowski does. That's why the bridge follows it. Oh. Bad connection. I don't know who that is. It's that bad. I can't hear you.
That line looks like, what do they call those machines? EKG, the ones that monitor your heart there. Beep, beep. It looks like one of those.
See this? Jesse tries to.
Somebody captured some
convince him.
surveyors out there doing the work. I didn't find any of that, but I did find this article. This is from 2011, and somebody. I haven't read the whole thing yet, but he is talking about computing the radius of the Earth using this bridge. So it's interesting. I'm going to take a look at this. I'm just showing you a couple portions of it, but look what I did.
Listen, close, famous words. This is brilliant.
I took a sample, just creating that blue circle is the result of doing what's called a three coplanar points in 3D would describe a circle. So I selected one of my beginning points, one in the middle, and one at the end, making sure that I didn't pick one of the humps. I wanted to make sure I was picking, the points here on the level spans.
Right. The lower deck, as I call it.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
Let me pause you here and just make sure that
Bam!
everybody in the chat or anybody that's listening right now that may have started reading.
I might bypass that. I don't know if we get it. Did you hear what he said? Hopefully we'll go back
in
over
the chat
it
not
again.
really paying attention. Pay attention here, okay? Jesse has measured the curvature of the Earth, and he has measured the radius based on that curvature. That's what Jesse did.
I did.
So there is no presupposing R anymore. Okay.
No, we have R.
It has been direct.
The result of doing what's called a three points, three coplanar points.
3 coplanar points.
So this would create flat triangle, so to speak.
Yeah,
So
that's a triangle, right? 3 coplanar points.
So therefore, no radius.
3 coplanar points. And we
in
go.
3D would describe a circle.
Would describe a circle.
In 3D, coplanar strict contradiction.
They could describe many circles, wouldn't they? Because you only need 2 points to describe a circle.
But on that plane.
Yeah. 3 points would describe a triangle or the plane.
But this radius should be in the opposite direction on Z coordinate line. So, but if the plane is planar or coplanar, we cannot have a third dimension. Where is the third dimension here?
Right. That's part of the trick. So the moment he says 3 coplanar points, you're forced into saying what that plane is. The orientation, right? Now, he didn't say what the orientation was. So what did you imagine? Which orientation of plane did you imagine he's talking about? Because there are 2 very different things here. He's talking about surveying, driving over a bridge, talking about 3 coplanar points, 1 at each end and 1 in the middle.
Oh, so he's creating vertical plane.
Hey, there you go. See, you imagined a horizontal plane, didn't you?
Yes, of course.
Right.
The first thing you can think that he's talking about horizontal plane.
Yeah. Yeah, because all of the points are on the same 5.8 meters, right? All the way across. So when he says 3 coplanar points, 1 at each end and 1 in the middle, you would imagine he was talking about a horizontal plane. I did. But that's not what he's talking about. He's doing a little magic trick. He's talking about a vertical plane. But unwittingly, he hasn't realized that there are no geometric vertical planes on his model either, which any self-respecting globe surveyor should know. Never mention horizontal and never mention vertical planes. They can't exist because the geometric perpendicularity would require a horizontal plane, and horizontal planes don't exist either. So fail, fail, fail all the way along. But that's one of his tricks. 3 coplanar points. Everybody who's thinking about normal surveying on the elevation, what they're talking about, would imagine they're talking about a horizontal plane, but not Jesse. He's surveying, and when he surveys those points, they're all must be in a direct straight line, because that's the only way you could have a vertical plane. The only way. Hope he didn't swap lanes when he went over that bridge. Otherwise, he'd be lying. He wouldn't be able to have a vertical plane like that. But this is a stolen concept fallacy that he's about to do. But people aren't seeing it because he's so ambiguous. He's so vague about what he's actually talking about. It doesn't actually make any sense.
So I selected one of my beginning points, one in the middle, and one at the end, making
one at the beginning, one at the middle, and one at the end, making sure
that I didn't pick one of the humps. I wanted to make sure I was picking, the points here on the level spans.
Yeah.
So
Point on the level span.
This is one line because this is he's looking from above. I think. So this creates one line and 2 points and one in the middle, but you can see that this is a line because he's taking perspective from above, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, this picture he's got here looks like it's a radius, right? Where's this third point? What exactly is he trying to do with this? This picture bears no relation to what he's talking about. Wizardry.
Yes.
Right. The lower deck, as I call it.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
Let me pause.
And he just say that, and bam. Got 3 points, and bam, radius of the Earth. Magic trick. Boo, poof. Out of nowhere. 3 coplanar points, a triangle. Boom. There's the radius of the Earth. Soundly accepts it. Yeah.
Pause you here and just make sure that everybody in the chat or anybody that's listening right now that may have started reading the chat and not really paying attention, pay attention here. Okay. Jesse has measured the curvature of the Earth.
No, he
and
hasn't.
He has measured the radius.
No, he hasn't.
Based on that curvature. That's what Jesse did.
I did.
So there is no presupposing R anymore. Okay.
No, we have R.
It has been directly measured by.
Right. He's soundly telling everybody that what Jesse just did there was directly measured the radius of the Earth. Ridiculous.
Of course not.
Yeah, I know, but look how easily he's fooled soundly. That little bit of wizardry that Jesse Kozlowski just did, Soundly's fallen for it. But Jesse, this is the bit that surprised me. Jesse agreed with him. He went, yes, I did. Unless that's his paycheck coming from that.
Not really paying attention. Pay attention here. Okay. Jesse has measured the curvature of the Earth, and he has measured the radius based on.
You got to make a short clip of this.
Jesse has measured the radius. You reckon?
Yeah.
He did.
I did.
So there is no presupposing R anymore. Okay.
No, we have R.
It has been directly measured by Jesse.
Big claim there, right?
Wow.
Yeah. Did you see how he did it, or did you miss it? Magic trick. Jesse, he did this. Everybody, take note here. Did you see what he did? Do you want to hear it again, just in case you missed it? This is quite impressive.
Computing the radius of the Earth using this bridge. So it's interesting. I'm going to take a look at this. I'm just showing you a couple of portions of it. But look what I did. I took a sample, just creating that blue circle is the result of doing what's called a three coplanar points in 3D would describe a circle. So I selected one of my beginning points, one in the middle, and one at the end, making sure that I didn't pick one of the humps. I wanted to make sure I was picking, the points here on the level spans.
Right. The lower deck, as I call it.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
Let me
see that.
Oh yeah.
I know you did. We'll leave everybody else guessing for a bit. We'll come back to it at some other point. But you've just witnessed a wizardry trick. Pure spell casting.
Pause you here and just make sure that everybody in the chat or anybody that's listening right now that may have started reading the chat and not really
Soundly's about to distract you.
Jesse has measured the curvature of the Earth, and he has measured the radius based on that curvature. That's what Jesse did.
I did.
So there is
he
no
didn't.
presupposing R anymore. Okay.
No, we have R.
It has been directly measured.
It hasn't.
By Jesse Kozlowski.
No, it hasn't.
During Globe Earth Tourism 2019.
Yeah.
So
Roger that.
Globe Earth Tourism 2019. What a good year.
But
did it age well?
I noticed that Kozlowski, he said that he computed.
Yeah.
But this guy said that he measured. So if someone would accuse Kozlowski that he is lying or double speaking, he would say, no, I said I computed. This guy said I measured.
Yeah, but he did agree with him. Yeah. He agreed wholeheartedly. But I mean, who wouldn't? I mean, Jesse loved that, right? Oh, yes, I did. Oh, yes, I did. He didn't. But, I mean, he's got Soundly to believe him that he did. And now Soundly's telling everybody. And now, did everybody hear how Jesse did it? Or did everybody hear Soundly saying that Jesse had done it? Because I say that's a shadow giant.
To say that because he's about to do something here at the end. If you pay attention, he's going to turn to Jesse and beg the question because he adds on that, right?
Well,
play it. Listen.
R is no longer presupposed.
No, it's actually it's monumented.
Exactly. In the monument to the curvature of the Earth.
20 some miles long. So here's what happened here. I did a comparison of what, and again, I didn't sit here and calculate this myself. I just
that's right. You did not sit there and calculate.
I did not sit there and calculate it myself. No, listen to the words he uses.
But he said before that he
measured it. He measured it. Now he's saying he didn't even calculate it himself. Somebody handed it to him. The calculations. Oh. Who did?
They have a funny definition for words because directly measured to me is different than using this online curvature calculator and measuring a little bridge and saying you directly measured the radius of the Earth.
From what? Can you remember? Or did the wizard trick work on you? Hopefully the songs haven't gone past you by that we've been putting out.
The three coplanar points.
Coplanar points.
Yeah,
I caught that too. Jesse would use the term, he would say he calculated, and then Soundly would say he measured, which are two totally different things.
Yeah, you're right, Brandon. Calculating and measuring are complete opposites.
Exactly. So
And then
first of
Jesse
all,
says he didn't do it.
He took this data with the GPS it gave him elevation.
Right. Yeah.
So he's got these elevation points, and then using his WGS84 model, right?
No. He took the points, right? Yeah, we took the points. The ones that we had for the chord, they were the first point and the last point. So he showed us the chord, and then 1 point from the middle that's on the level, right?
Which was 28 meters.
Which was 28 meters higher. So, if they're 3 coplanar points, what plane would they be in?
Cross section of the Earth.
Exactly. It makes no sense. That's
So
the
would
only...
would those 3 points describe a circle?
Yes.
No, they would describe a triangle. That's what 3 points do. Surely.
They could describe a triangle, but in his case, what he's using it for is to work out the dimensions of the circle.
Yeah. So that you've got a higher point in the center with a different elevation. Why would you make a circle out of that? The 3 points. You're developing a 4th point. Obviously, it's called the a circumcenter of a triangle. It's the point in which you can develop a circle around the triangle that cuts every point on the triangle is encompassed on the circumference of the circle. That's what Jesse's doing. It's a very strange way to be able to develop a circle from a triangle, specifically the triangle that what he's done there. Very strange.
But in fact, in geometry, it's quite opposite, because you are drawing circle, and then you can inscribe triangle into diameter. For example, how to create or prove that there is a right angle triangle if you have diameter, and the angle on the circle will be always straight right angle. So you can move this angle across the circle, and it will remain the same all the time. Will never change. It will be always. But this is Pythagorean theorem. I saw this on some page. There are animations for that.
Yeah. It's all based upon Pythagorean. It's all triangles. All you're doing, or what Jesse's trying to do, playing a magic trick, he's just assuming that the base of the triangle that he's developed with an imaginary spot that's higher in the middle is a chord. Now, chords, geometrically, are perpendicular to the tangent that passes through the center of the chord. It's a fact. Parallel. Because they're both at right angles to each other. It's how you find the center of a circle. I mean, it's a geometric fact. And if you're not seeing the magic trick, then any 3 points can develop a circle from them, because that's one of the geometric facts of triangles. They're very closely related to the circle, because the circle is just an accumulation of points. Every triangle will fit into that method. Interesting how Jesse thinks he's going to do it. 28 meters is an actual rise in the center of that bridge. 28 meters higher than both of the end points. Shout out, Blue.
You know what he did? He measured the elevation across the bridge, and that's all the same horizontal.
It
But
all
he
5 point
presupposed Earth
something.
curvature, and he added 28 meters to the center. Then he took that presupposed curve, and then he created a sphere from the sphere that he used to create the bending horizontal.
Exactly. That's what I was getting at. Exactly, Clary. Well said.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it was well said, but yeah.
Well, I understood it.
Yeah, he described the process earlier when he said they start with the state plane and they convert to a globe and then they go back to the state plane. He's just showing us the middle part.
Yeah.
How they do it.
Yeah, that's all like not like they were all coplanar. But I mean, for them to be coplanar, I think you're assuming that they must have been driving in a dead straight line. Because I mean, when I think coplanar, especially since he said that he'd made a plane across the bridge at the beginning on the water level, he makes a triangle of 3 points to establish his plane. And then obviously the only thing he can do is measure an elevation rise of 28 meters in the middle of that bridge, which is impossible because water can't put itself into a negative pressure state. I don't think the water's even that deep.
The water can't hump itself up.
Yeah, it can't conform to what the surface underneath it either, can it? Right, so yeah, the water levels, I mean... Okay, so there's a contradiction. Because Jesse Kozlowski is the man that said the water level drops away from the horizontal, but that seems to rise whenever he shows a hump. Because the horizontal would be the chord. And there's a rise, not a drop. 28.5 meter rise from that. Because that one, the line that at least that Blue imagines to be a chord, is horizontal. However many points you want to imagine it's horizontal at. But it is.
Right. 90-foot hump. Yeah.
Oh, I've got some other windows here now. Now, you guys can see that I've changed the window. Boom. New window. Yeah. George and the Rising Horizon. Now, we've already dealt with the water level and showed it's horizontal. There's no rise of the middle bit, but Blues thinks there is a rise of the hump rises. Well, this is the Rising Horizon that's also been had by Jesse Kozlowski. The rise of the hump that Blue's been talking about is, I don't know if it's related to this particular rise of the horizon. The rise of the horizon, listen.
Bev, this is basically the perspective equation. That if you want the height of something, if the angle is small enough, you don't have to use trig functions. All you do is multiply the distance out times the angular measure in radians. That gives you the height.
Well, they're below the horizontal crosshair when each instrument is set horizontal, but each one seems to be interpreting horizontal a little different.
All right. So, George, I don't know, you heard me go through the...
Yeah, well, what it was, somebody said on one of your previous shows that some images that were shown that I had taken where there was a lot of looming in the background, where the images in the background where you'd have your horizon that rose above the tangent or the horizontal at the point of observation. Somebody said that, and they told me that Bev said, well, obviously my auto level is out of adjustment, and I wanted to take issue with that. My equipment is not out of adjustment. This is my profession, is I calibrate electronic equipment.
Do you hear that? This is George's profession. He calibrates electronic equipment. Auto level isn't electronic, so, but I mean, it is a surveying tool.
Spectrum analyzers, network analyzers, voltmeters. That is part of my business. I'm very fussy about keeping all my equipment in calibration. I have NIST standards that are traceable, National Institute of Standards and Technology. All of my equipment is traceable back to NIST because I have primary standards and secondary standards that are calibrated against the NIST standards. And with the surveying equipment, the theodolites, the auto levels, and that are all dead nuts on within 1 arc second. So there is no issue about my equipment being out of calibration that would cause the images to rise above the horizontal.
Yet he shows pictures of the horizon above the crosshairs. Above. So he says, he shows you different ones. Shows you how much it moves. Okay, so are you going to show us how you do the calibration? Or are you going to explain why the... are you going to do both? Are you going to explain why the
I can.
image is above the crosshair?
Do you know how to calibrate auto levels and theodolites, Bev?
That would be a process of going out and with the auto level performing a 2-peg test and calibrating it after the fact until we get the 2-peg test working.
Did you hear what he said then? Did you hear what he said?
I don't know what's the peg test.
2-peg test.
2-peg test. What it is?
It's a check to show that your tool is within calibration. What you do is you have 2 points, let's say, put them 50 meters apart, right? So you put the auto level in the middle of those 2 points and you measure the height of your auto level. When you set it up, you level your auto level up, make sure it's all set, and then you bang 2 pins in, A and B. You then sight the measurement on each of the rods, right? So let's say on one it's a meter and the other one it's a meter, right? Then what you do is you move the auto level so it's right next to, like a meter away or whatever, from one of the posts. And then you set your tool up and then you sight the near one. And let's say it's 1 meter 10. And then you look over at the other position. And what measurement should you get? If you don't get 1 meter 10, right, your level's out of adjustment, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So
it will be lower on the other.
Yeah, it's a 2-peg test. It's to show you that your auto level is still working within adjustment. It's still calibrated to be horizontal, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the 2-peg test. Now, listen to what the guy from Maine says about that.
Do you know how to calibrate auto levels and theodolites, Bev?
That would be a process of going out and with the auto level performing a 2-peg test and calibrating it after the fact.
Calibrating it after the fact. What would be the use in that?
After establishing auto level?
Yeah,
I
calibrate
didn't
it after. Like he coughs as though it's a thing, right? Before you get, when you get your tool out, right, and you set it up, the first job you do is to peg test. Make sure the auto level is functioning properly. Now, the guy from Maine says, calibrate it after the fact. Right? Why not do it beforehand like you should do every time to make sure your tool's working? Why calibrate it afterwards?
That doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense, no. And you can hear him with a little cough that he makes. Put it back again, listen. Above the crosshair.
Do you know how to calibrate auto levels and theodolites, Bev?
That would be a process of going out and with the auto level performing a 2-peg test and calibrating it after the fact until we get the 2-peg test working as close to perfect as we can get it.
After the fact, and get it to use the 2-peg test as close as possible. I mean, what? He doesn't even know what a 2-peg test is. If you start it up at the beginning of your working day and you do a 2-peg test and your auto level isn't calibrated, do you think you just keep doing it until you get it closer, or do you just go, we'll get another one, that one's not working, that needs to go back to calibration, we'll get one that actually works? What's he talking about?
How about if you hit it with a hammer on this side that you think it's off?
Yeah. That'd probably work a bit better, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And he's talking about doing this after the fact. The fact of taking the measurements. But no, you do it before and work out whether it's working before you take any measurements. It's crazy. Some of the authority that these people are given. A guy that may not be from Maine.
And an auto level, remember, it's really only meant for those short distances. We're only looking, 1 to 200 feet with an auto level, more or less. Not.
So you're only looking 1 or 200 feet. Rumpus, I don't know what you're doing. You've obviously never even heard what this guy's got to say.
Bad. 8 miles and 23, 24 miles. So this is unfair to the auto level. Also, the auto level is not accurate to that distance.
Auto level's not accurate to that distance, Rumpus. I hope you're listening.
And then with the theodolite, it would be taking it to a place with known values, known measurement values expected, right? So we can expect what the measurement values would be. That's where
you can expect what the measurement values would be. Wizardry. People using words to mean nothing.
Why not measure? Why hope?
Yeah.
Instead of measurement.
It's crazy.
It's
crazy.
With the theodolite. Like take you to a calibration baseline or compare it to an instrument that you know is well calibrated and you've established points that have known values, and you compare those values that you get out of the instrument to what is known, and then you can make adjustments after that.
Listen to the words he's using. You can compare one tool to a known calibrated other tool, and then you can use those measurements to adjust. gobbledygook.
But that wasn't the purpose of this video. The purpose of this video was just to show quickly that, hey, we've got both these lighthouses below these crosshairs.
Is this an auto level that you're talking about? Because I've got the images there in
I
the,
have
in
both.
the
I have
live
the
stream.
image. I don't know which images you saw, but if it was
The ones in the live stream.
taken with, if it was images that I took within the last year, then it was viewing through the theodolite, not an auto level.
Yeah, that's why I said that'll be why the crosshair will be down. They're literally
then his
feet
equipment-
away
then
from
he
each
has
other.
not properly adjusted the equipment.
That exactly.
No.
That's why the image
The,
will be
the auto
because you'll have
level
had
and
it
the
pointing down.
the auto level and the theodolite agree dead nuts on. I told you I keep all my equipment in tip-top shape and calibrated. So when you set the crosshairs of a theodolite to 90 degrees, it will train at the same spot as the auto level will.
You have that picture that we were referring to that night, maybe just for the audience.
So all of these pictures of George and his pictures are showing that the horizon rises above the horizontal.
So we are living on concave Earth then.
I think it all sort of in the divot of a golf ball. Are each individual own egocentric divots. I think that's what we're trying to get, or maybe just sometimes when the conditions are right. Like we have to go with Jesse. The actual measurements are the ones that matter, not what it looks like. They don't really matter. Some people need to understand this, Jesse said, because they're not quite getting it. Put them in the live chat. There's 4 pictures, and I think they're the ones that I was referring to. The ones that George gave
Live
to Ricky,
chat,
and
okay.
I think he
Let me
got them
see.
from a demonstration that you were doing on Jose's, I think. So there's
Live
2
chat.
pictures that have actually been sent from you to Rakia, and then a couple of pictures from a demonstration that you did on Jose's that show
I
that
got
the. Here we go. I think you'll get a bit of a. Here we go.
Okay. With respect to the water level, the observer height of the theodolite is 124 3/4 inches. So that is 10 feet, 0.4 feet, 10.4 feet, okay, above the surface of the water when I set it up. And the target is at, let's see here. The target is at 184.37 inches, and that's 15 feet, 15.36 feet. So the different.
So it's a 3 foot. How big's the target?
Here.
I'm just so I can get an idea on how big those triangles are. And
Yes. Okay. The Franzen Island target is, if you look from the top to the bottom where I have those 2 black triangles that are pointing towards one another, the top base of the top triangle to the bottom, the fat base on the bottom triangle is 27 13/16 inches. It is designed to be 33.1 arc seconds from top to bottom at that distance.
Okay, so that's a good 2.5
And the
foot.
width is 19 inches or 22.6 arc seconds across.
Okay, so you've got a 3 foot ish difference and a 2 foot scope, but you've only got 1.5 foot difference. So yeah, you've got your theodolite height was about 12 feet, and that's looking
10
across
feet, 10 and a half feet.
10 feet, right? And it's looking across at a target at, did you say 15 feet?
Yeah, 15.4 feet roughly. Yep.
Okay.
Above the surface of the water.
Okay.
Now,
But it's touching the bottom of that target, George. So that means there's 4 foot.
Say what?
It's touching the bottom of the target, isn't it? That crosshair.
No, let me explain something.
No,
here.
is it touching the bottom of the target? 'Cause
Yes.
It looks like, okay.
Yes.
So there's like 4 foot difference then. In between where it's touching the bottom of the target. And because you said 10 foot to 15 foot, and that's about 1.5 feet.
Now, let me explain something here.
Okay.
The way this was set up is I have my mounting pole at the observation point set at a specific height that would never change, and I set the targets. I designed 2 targets, one to go out at 2.73 miles, one to go out at 6 miles, and their heights, their sizes were adjusted so with perspective, they look exactly the same size. The Franzen Island target is 27 and 13/16 inches in height.
Oh, it's
The
crazy.
Home Island
This, isn't
target
it?
at 6 miles is 60 inches in height. And when you look at them, they look to be the same size because of perspective. And it was designed purposely that way. So
when you look at them, but all of this stuff that George is trying to do, it's just looking at something in the distance. I'm trying to get a measurement for the height of things because that's what we're meant to be doing. We're meant to be saying whether there's a drop or a rise or whatever. He's showing pictures of rises, but then whenever they calculate things, they calculate a drop. They never measure a rise or measure a drop. They just look at something and then calculate stuff. It's really strange the way the globe surveyors work.
that from top to bottom, they're about 33 arc seconds. Now, they were positioned
33.
so that...
Yeah, but that one isn't that one like you've just said. Like you said something about
that's a lot of refraction.
shooting
That's
above.
right,
But yeah, but
right,
isn't
that's
that what
right
you
at
just said would
sunset.
happen?
Yes, if you're on a flat Earth.
If you're on a flat
Without
Earth, the
refraction,
water would rise
without
above the
satellite is. So that would show you that if there wasn't any refraction, whether or not you were on a curved or flat Earth. If you're on a flat Earth, the target would raise way above the crosshairs.
like in the other picture. Can you just right? Listen to that. George has just said, if you're on a flat Earth, and this is a claim that globe earthers make about flat earthers, right? So George makes a claim. If you're on a flat Earth, the target would rise above the crosshairs, right? Hear it again.
Satellite is. So that would show you that if there wasn't any refraction, whether or not you were on a curved or flat Earth. If you're on a flat Earth, the target would raise way above the crosshairs.
Like in... There you go. If you're on a flat Earth, the target would raise above the crosshairs.
It doesn't make any sense. Why? It should be on the if the flat Earth is of whatever flat,
Yeah.
horizontal. They should meet.
Backwards thinking.
Why it should rise?
Does it make any sense at all? The answer is no. No, it doesn't make any sense at all. Which is why we'd ask for them to come and answer this. Because there's only George that said this, right? I know it's been claimed by a lot of people that flat earthers say that it rises. But I've never really heard anybody say that. other than George, and George has shown us a picture, which it'll come apparent in a minute. Look, check this out. In the other picture, can you just flick to that other picture, Brandon?
That other picture
Like
is
in that
bullshit.
one.
Because,
Yeah,
no,
but
no,
that other picture's bullshit. He's talking about his own picture here. Shout out Rakir. Rakir got these off George like 2 years ago, maybe even 3.
I waited a year to get them.
Yeah. We got a brief glimpse of them, and then we were hanging on waiting for them, which is a bit similar to the water level thing that we're going to go to later. But this is linked to this. They're above. Go on.
I can remember the day.
Yeah.
Sitting in the marina in my chair watching TV with George posting this picture of me frantically trying to get a screenshot. I swear to goodness, I remember the exact moment we were at Jose's. I remember everything about it because I goaded him forever for these pictures. And he finally posted.
Yeah. So the claim is that on a flat Earth, the target would rise above the crosshairs. And strangely enough, George has got a picture here that seems to validate what he's just said. George might be a flat earther because he's got a picture of the target above the crosshairs. Now,
proof of flat Earth.
But at the same time, he said that this is bullshit.
Yeah.
So what it is?
Well, I mean, it can't be flat. I mean, if this is a picture proving flat Earth, it's definitely bullshit.
Yeah. Even though it's his and he's been using it for some sort of proof or something.
And he came up with that proof too.
Yeah.
Like, now I did mention before, like when I first came into this topic, that I had taken a shot with mine across 24 miles of Lake Pontchartrain where the water appeared to be higher than the crosshair, but I couldn't tell if it was water or sky. But George is definitely, you can definitely see it in George's picture.
That's land.
Yeah, that's land higher. Yeah, exactly. 6 miles. That's 6 miles away. That target on the land. Yep.
Well, isn't that one like you've just said? Like you said something about
that's a lot of refraction.
shooting
That's
above.
right-
But yeah, but
right-
isn't that
that's
what
right
you
at
just said would
sunset.
happen?
Yes, if you're on a flat Earth.
If you're on a flat
Without
Earth, the
refraction,
water would rise
without
above the
refraction,
horizontal. Are
without
you sure, Judge?
Refraction. That's high refraction. That's at sunset. The refraction was extreme.
Okay. So you like you just said, when the refraction is extreme, that is what you imagine a flat Earth to be like, because then the targets and the water all lift up above the horizontal, above your level, apparently.
You got to cut that out. You got to clip that on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
This is what we would see, and oh, well, I have a picture of it. Here you go.
Well, yeah, it's not the only one, right? I don't know whether you've been and seen the new one that we've got.
Oh, yeah, I've seen them.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's more people jumping on this, right? Proof of flat Earth, it seems like. Or proof that you're living in a divot of a golf ball. One or the other. Maybe concave.
Concave
I
Earth.
haven't got a clue what they're talking about, but... Yeah, I mean, these are the
definitely
guys
not a
that are
sphere.
doing it for us, yeah.
Anything but a sphere with those pictures.
An inverted hump, this is. Like you're at the bottom of the hump. It rises up around you.
I have a new name for this hump. This would be positively negative hump.
Yeah. A positive claim of a negative curve.
Well, I always said they're describing a Humpty Hump. Like up, down, up, down, up, down.
Divots, it is. It's the golf ball divot.
You live on a golf ball.
Mm-hmm.
Golf ball Earth.
Yeah, even though it looks like it's concave, it's still a sphere. Don't worry about it. It's just like a golf ball.
It's a sphere with divots.
But there aren't elevation changes. It gets crazier. Yeah, it's crazy.
Like I say, George, I've never seen anything like that in my life. Are you sure you've not angled that theodolite, the thing down a bit?
Can't,
it looks
Bev,
like you have, George.
Bev, you can't bias a theodolite or an auto level.
You can bias a theodolite. Yeah, you just point it downwards, right? It's dead easy. That's what the tool's designed to do. Come on, George.
If the compensator is
it measures angles, George.
If the compensator is free to move, you can't fool it. You cannot
George,
bias it. You cannot angle it. It's free to move, and it self-adjusts itself to establish a horizontal.
An auto level does that, George. A theodolite, you can move the angle, the vertical angle.
Yes, but
are you sure that's not what's happened in that?
If you've collimated it like I did, then when you read 90 degrees, you know it's going to be at horizontal or on the tangent.
Are you sure that is?
Yes, I am sure.
That looks like the water is above. Right, I'm trying to get him to point out that there may be something wrong with his scopes, but George, no, he is adamant that is horizontal and the object is above the crosshairs, i.e.
definitely
above
100% flat Earth.
I'm hoping that he's going to say, well, I don't know, I may not have set the tills up properly, because that's where we go at to in a minute, is about our other mate who does.
But he just said if the horizon is above the crosshair, then that would be what happens on a flat Earth. And he definitely set his tools up right, so it's definitely horizontal.
It's got to be.
And the horizon is definitely above the crosshair, so it's definitely flat Earth. Thanks,
well,
George.
refraction.
Oh, refraction.
Yeah, and refraction. You're forgetting about refraction.
Negative refraction.
Yeah.
Because
extreme
positive
refraction.
Because normal for globals, normal refraction is downward. It means that.
Well, you see, no, you're getting mixed up because you'll get told in a bit about it. Downward light curvature actually makes the things in the distance lift up. Amazingly, that's the way it works.
I think
it's opposite
about the direction of curvature because otherwise it would be looking like concave. So that's the difference.
Yeah, how a downward curvature actually makes things lift up. I mean, if you're going to start off with the contradiction, you may as well just continue all the way through with it, right?
Yes, of course. But anyway, it doesn't make any sense. So
nothing's meant to make sense around
here.
You
can joke on
Yeah,
that.
nothing makes sense with any of this stuff. How stuff bending down can lift up, and how something that's lifting up helps a model that should go down.
How you can see further left to right, but you can't see the Earth curve there. You have to look a shorter distance, straight ahead.
George, like we started this off at the beginning with Jesse Kozlowski stating that the water level drops away from the horizontal, drops down from the horizontal, and ending up showing a picture of George with it rising up from the horizontal. So that seems to go against what Jesse Kozlowski said with the drop. But it may aid Jesse Kozlowski when he was talking about the hump, the rays. There's the contradiction. That is the horizontal paradox. How can you have it dropping away from the horizontal if you also need it rising above the horizontal?
Because you, on the globe model, you are on the hump, but you can see another hump.
Yeah.
You know, does it make perfect sense? I
No,
think so.
yeah, the hump in the distance where someone else is, or the midpoint. But you're also on the top always.
Yep.
Globe model contradictions. You've just got to live with it. Just deal with it. Or lose the model,
George.
probably. That's the best thing.
I check my instrumentation every day before I make measurements. I check the collimation. I'll show you how I...
See, George checks it before he does any measurements, like a good surveyor, not after the fact, like the guy from Maine, or the guy that may or may not be from Maine.
I do it if you want to see.
Well, I've got some more pictures of some other things, because we've been doing this. This is exactly what we've been doing last week when we went out. And we were looking out. And I've done this quite a lot, because I've got an auto level. And an auto level only does horizontal. And I've never seen any level surface rise above it. If it starts off below, then... I've never noticed that it rise above the horizontal.
You've never had high refraction. Try.
See that if you've got a level surface that starts off below the crosshairs, and your level establishes a horizontal, and it rises above in the distance, then you've just got an intersection of parallels. But parallels do not intersect. I don't know what George is talking about, really. Personally, I don't know how you would ever try and map that or measure anything. I mean, like, what would you do if you were to go back to the shop with those numbers? It's like, oh, yeah, it was just high refraction. Yeah, it did rise above. Did rise above it. So when I measured it, it was actually going in the opposite direction. It was actually going upwards in the distance.
Doing it.
It doesn't make any sense. But I don't think it's meant to. George is just meant to throw confusion on everything.
Around sunset.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when we did.
That's the worst time of day to be making any sort of measurement.
The horizon. See, there on the right hand side is our horizontal.
Horizon didn't make it anywhere near the horizontal crosshairs.
George. Well, it's also possible that during sunset you might not have extreme refraction. More likely than not,
I've never seen that, George.
Yeah, will you quit interrupting me? I'm not interrupting you.
So on the right there, you'll see our measurement through, or measurement. Well, I suppose you could say it's a measurement, because there's me with the measuring rod, and here's the crosshair. I mean, obviously you can't read a measurement on that measuring rod. It's far too far away. But what you can see in that picture is crosshairs here from the auto level. You can see me and DP with the measuring rod that's touching the crosshairs, and then this stuff here that's above us is called the horizon, true horizon over water. So that's the horizon of water above us in the distance.
Above, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is the crosshair.
But the crosshair is above you and above the horizon.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and this is at the beach, this picture. So this auto level is set up at about 3-4 foot on the beach. and then we're looking out. So the test was to get underneath the horizon through an auto level. So if you were to take that as a measurement from this, what you call horizontal, it's far too far away, so you wouldn't actually do it. But the measurement from there to our heads would be different than to the horizon. So according to that measurement that you would see there, the horizon is above our heads, the water.
Yes. That's in the middle between you and DP and the crosshairs.
Do you think that's possible?
The globe, no. It cannot be.
This is weird, honestly.
Yeah. Does your head in that picture? Or it should do. It should do anybody's head in. How do we get the measurement there like that? How's that even possible?
So you are standing on the hump, and this hump is far away.
Further away. There's another hump.
Second hump.
Yeah.
How distant is the crosshair away from you?
The crosshair is in the auto level. It's about half an inch away from the camera.
Half an inch from the camera.
Yeah, the camera's on the auto level, and the crosshair is within the auto level.
Yeah.
The image is also inches away because it's going through a prism within the auto level. That's clever. So all of the images that you're seeing there are coming from inches away from where the camera is. But the horizon is definitely above my head. But George has got it above the crosshair. I.e., if you were to measure, like you've got there, you would get a negative measurement. Wouldn't you? From the horizontal. It's the opposite way.
Yep. Concave first. I think that George just messed up with his tools. He messed up with his tools, I think.
I think so as well, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what I was trying to get George to establish, right? About how, this picture on the right here is a completely different matter. Don't take that one as being part of this, right? That is just to show that, yes, we do this sort of stuff. Like, we do go out there and we do this. In real life, we are the ones with the measuring rods and the auto levels and the pictures and filming. And, for hours we've been at beaches doing this sort of stuff. We do it all summer long. Testing season. It's coming up. George just shows you one picture. We have videos of all of this showing exactly what we were doing. Setting it up and everything. George just gives you a picture and then tries to tell you all sorts of weird stuff about it. But that was the point. I was trying to establish that this being a theodolite, it could be anywhere. You can literally tilt that scope so it's pointing at your feet. If you wanted to. This is an auto level. You can't tilt that at all. It will only do horizontal, or not horizontal, obviously, if it's not working correctly. But once you've tested it and checked it, then that's what that does. Go. You did.
Just hold on. I'm saying during sunset, you're more likely to pick up high refraction than not. But I have viewed days on sunset where there wasn't much refraction. But more likely than not, you may pick up high refraction during sunset. So if you make several observations, several different days, you should one of those days pick up high refraction where you can see the background rising up significantly, like that one photograph of mine shows.
I don't know what George is talking about, because every time we go to that particular beach, that's sunset time, because we go there to catch Fata Morganas. And obviously the sun's setting on that beach that we take stuff for. And like I say, I've never seen the horizon rise above the crosshairs. I've never seen it. I'll say I've never seen that before, George. Never. That's me saying never seen. Especially if you're setting up a theodolite, you see the water rise above the crosshairs of a horizontal set crosshairs. You see the water rising above it quite often, George.
Oh, Brandon.
Is that what you just said? Can you confirm it, George, please?
What?
Because we are doing tests for this right now. We're ongoing tests for the horizon.
What are you doing your test over? What kind of? What's your optical corridor?
Georgie,
over water, over land? What?
We are doing tests at the minute, George, where we go out.
Yes, over
George,
what?
You're,
What does your
you're interrupting me, George.
Yeah, what does your
are
optical
interrupting me, George.
corridor
That's
look like?
very
Over water,
rude,
over
George.
land?
Do you not want me to tell you, or you're going to do it?
Tell me.
Right. We went out at the weekend, and we are going out at the weekend to a beach that Conspiracy Cats told us to go to. And we go out and we look out over the water. Do you want to have a look at some pictures? I'll see if I can find you some pictures so you can have a look at that. But we've just been, because I knew that you were coming with this. So I went and had a look at some other surveyors and some other videos. We got some other pictures. Oh, I think it's on there. Got it on this video on the here we go. Here. This is can you see this video here? This is another surveyor. This is a guy who may or may not be from Maine. He was setting up two tools. He has one theodolite and he has an auto level. Do you want to have a look at my screen there now?
Where's the auto level? This one, yeah?
That's at auto level. And the one on the other side is the theodolite. So they're setting them both up.
Let's see. I don't think you shared anything yet. There we go.
Yeah, you got that. I don't know why he's measuring the height of the auto level, but that's what he's doing.
Yep, we're good.
Right, this is guy set up a theodolite and an auto level at the side, and what he's doing is looking out over water. And then this is the auto level with the crosshair, obviously, above the water. And then he gets here. This is his theodolite. It's upside down. He mustn't know how to sort that out, George? But for some reason it's upside down. But right. So I don't know whether you can see this. This one's upside down. These are the images that are coming from his video, from these tools that are set up next to each other. And one crosshair, and there's the other crosshair upside down. I don't know whether I flip it round for you to make it better. But write it. It goes like this. So I write it and then put them both together. And then rescale it so they're both together. And you can you see that there? There's two different hairs because they're in two different positions. Now this guy says that's expected for you to have horizontals in different positions because they're different
the
tools.
crosshairs.
Yeah.
Where's the crosshairs?
Where are the crosshairs?
I don't see any crosshairs.
Can you not? I mean, it's really bad. He didn't adjust that one. Can you see that one?
Well, how do we know where horizontal
we-
is?
Can
You
you
don't show
see
me
the crosshairs, George,
Can
or
you
not?
maximize it a little more?
Right, there you go.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So, these guy, right, who set up the theodolite and water level, right?
The auto
So
level,
are
yeah.
they? Yeah. So, did he set them basically on a hump? Sort of. How can I say this? What's the distance of the setting between compared to the sea level and the setup of those tools?
You don't worry about the.
I mean,
no,
I'm talking about the elevation, right?
Well, they're both set up
Elevation.
next to each other, so you'd assume that they are near enough at the same elevation, right? The two
No,
tools.
I'm talking about no. This is not my point. My point is about the elevation, right, from the sea level.
Well, the elevation from each other will be the same because the sea level is whatever the sea level is. I mean, it doesn't really say what the sea level is or the elevation, but the point is that because they're next to each other, they're on the same or near enough the same elevation to start off with, the actual tools.
No, but again, my question is probably they're not accounting for the ground elevation from sea level.
But he's not measured
more...
anything though. He in this test he
Did you understand my
hasn't
question?
measured anything.
Did you understand my question, Bev?
You want to know the height of the elevation above mean sea
The
level.
height from yes, exactly. That's
Well, he doesn't show you any of that, but I mean, he does show you that he's above a trig marker on it. But I mean, he doesn't measure it because I mean, if you ever get to know anything about globe surveyors, they will never put a measuring rod in the picture, because then it would seem to be that they are measuring something and there's nothing there for them to measure. That's not what we're trying to do with this, right? The point here is there's a guy from Maine who's gone out to a certain point and set up two tools, a theodolite and an auto level.
Oh.
Can you see the pictures on the screen?
Yeah.
Right, now they're both looking at the same lighthouse and they're next to each other, so they are at the same elevation, right?
Okay, right, yeah.
Now let me see whether we adjust
The
this.
crosshairs are
It's
not
really
true,
dull.
Probably because pixelation.
It's really what I can do is I can get you a picture for it right now. Can you see that there now?
Yeah.
Right now, see this crosshair?
It's above the horizon.
It's above the horizon. Yeah. Now,
both images. Yeah.
How much is it above the lighthouse?
You mean the top picture, the one below?
Both of them. Is there a similar?
No. They're not similar. They're different.
Right, now, why? Why would those two tools be different?
Oh, you tell me.
Because if auto level is level, is point or frame of reference, then you can draw conclusion that the theodolite is not on the level.
Yeah, at least what you could say from these two things, at least one of them is not level. That's the best you could say.
Yes, maybe both.
What do you mean?
Possibly both of them.
What do you mean? I don't get that.
Why?
So you say they must be equal. The distance between the crosshair, the point to the horizon from the top image is not equal to the one
on the bottom edge. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. If both tools
what's the inference?
If both tools are meant to be establishing a horizontal and they're both at the same elevation to start off with, then the picture in the distance should be similar, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
But if a so-called surveyor were to set the two tools up and show you that they are different, what do you think he would be trying to show you? One conclusion, right, I would have to come to, he's showing you that he doesn't know how to set up his tools. Right?
Okay.
Or
Mm-hmm.
if he is oblivious to even that, he's showing you his ignorance. And if you accept it and don't notice it, then what is he showing you? What do you think he's meant to be showing you by doing this?
Yeah, so obviously it's not true images, obviously. He's manipulating like the tools, or as you say, Ray, he's oblivious and
but he calls himself a surveyor.
I get that, yeah. I get the inference, yeah.
So that's the point that I'm trying to make here is I don't class this man as a surveyor, because a surveyor would definitely not go and make a video and then not notice that the tools aren't the same. Like a surveyor would go, there's something wrong here. But for one, a surveyor wouldn't take a tool like this to go and do an observation of a lighthouse 10 miles in the distance over water. What would he be measuring? Nothing. I mean, I don't even know why he did this. What the purpose of it was. He obviously wanted to help somebody. George. Nice. But so George is saying in this, I think he does say quite rightly, that at least one of these tools is not set up correctly, which means that one of the authorities that these people have been having for globe surveying, it quite obviously doesn't know how to set his tools up, and he's that oblivious to it. He's willing to make a video to show everyone that he doesn't know how to set his tools up. He's that oblivious to it.
Look at how much higher the water is in the middle than it is on the sides. Is that left to right slope?
That's barrel distortion of the lens, isn't it? It's only accurate at the crosshair. Because that's
like
what the measurement is. Up and down. There should be a measurement on that. Let's listen to George. It's really hard to see.
You need a reference. You need...
There is crosshairs on it, George. The guy that took this picture hasn't focused it. He's left the picture still upside down, if you haven't noticed.
Then how do we know? Now I have to take your word for it.
I know,
how
right?
Do we,
well, look,
how do I know
George,
that you know where the crosshairs are?
George,
I can't see
George, in the general chat, there is a picture I have taken. You can have a look. You can see the crosshair there. It's in a different place than the other one. You can go and have a look at the video yourself. Look at the difference. It's massive at some point. But what this... There you go. Look at that one. It's nearly touching it, and that one's miles off. I mean, it's so obvious. So obvious that there's something wrong here. And he never noticed. Guy in this video in particular wanted to mention was they will always be above the crosshairs, above the horizon, but he has them both in different positions, right? Now, he, like you, But you said that water could rise above the crosshairs. Is that still a position that you maintain? That it, that could happen again? Because like I say, I've never seen it occur. The water or the horizon rising above the crosshairs when you're especially looking out over water. Because that's what you're claiming, right, George?
George still here? George is gone.
Has he?
Yeah, maybe he had a technical
George
issue,
left,
but
dear.
he's
coming back. There's another one here that he went back to a bit further on. He went. Somebody else had one here. Look, can you see that? So he's got 3 different devices. He's got a total station and a theodolite and an auto level.
Also of note, the total station has a 30 power scope. The auto level has a 24 power scope, and the theodolite has a 28 power scope. So we have 3 completely different scopes also that we're looking through.
Auto level.
Who's speaking now? Is the guy?
Yeah, that's the guy from Maine that says that.
Mm.
It's got 3 different scopes, 3 different magnifications. 4
Because
times
if you are
scope.
scoping more, then your crosshair will go up because you are magnifying distance. But these 2 images are so close in magnification that it wouldn't be that difference between them.
Yeah. And you can, because you have crosshairs with the stadia, stadia are set to a certain limit. So if you can adjust the stadias together to get a refocus of the magnification, because the stadia is always set 1 to 100. The theodolite has a 28 times scope and the total station has a 30 times scope. This is the 30 times scope theodolite, or total station, I think, that has a, the crosshair is pretty close. That's a pretty good image. You can see way more. Then you go back and see that. That's a 24 times scope with the. It's pretty close to that one, isn't it? The crosshair for the auto level and the total station. It's this one where he has the theodolite that's upside down. That's miles away. It's a load different. I'll give you the link for the video. It's from some guy from Maine. Maybe why George has disappeared.
I'm helping him get back in now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Yo, George.
Yep, you're here. Gotcha.
Where the hell am I?
You're in a secret room.
Oh, okay. Because something happened. I got thrown out and then I couldn't find you.
If that happens again, just comment in general like you did, and I'll put you back in.
Okay. Alrighty.
All right.
Okay. All right. Yes, Bev. I see the crosshairs. All right. So the horizon or where the buildings are below the crosshairs. All right. Now what?
Well, like in this one, they're in different positions above, but like I say, the horizon doesn't ever rise above them. I mean, how could it? Levels can't rise above other levels, could they?
I like that one.
Is he gone again?
He's just shown a picture of the horizon rising above the crosshairs, and now he's faced with the fact that the horizon can't rise above the crosshairs. Yet he's just stated that he thinks that they can.
Yeah.
He's about to tell us, I think, about George, about his mate.
You there, George?
Okay. All right.
What?
Jesus.
What happened? You keep getting kicked
Well,
out? Or what?
I tried to hit general chat and I hit general voice.
Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead.
All right, now, okay, I'm looking at general chat. Let's see, where's Bev's thing again? Okay, there it is. No, that isn't it. Ah, Jesus, where's that image?
Make the point you made. I don't think he was here for that, Bev.
Yeah, Judge, there's 3 different devices in this picture. Right,
I'm trying to find that image, Bev. Hang on a second. There's something.
There's an auto level, a theodolite, and a total station, all looking at the same thing, and they all have different crosshairs. Although the auto level and the total station seem to be close, even though one of them's 24 times scope and the other one's 30.
Yeah. Hang on a second. What are you calling yourself, Bev? In this, what's your name?
Bev, try thinking.
Okay, so that hasn't changed. But I'm not. Short message.
What you looking for?
I'm looking for you in general chat. I can't find that image.
I'm in here with you, George. I've only posted one picture.
Yeah, but where?
The chat's moving. In general chat, it was. I don't know.
Yeah, like I saying, I don't see it anymore.
Right, do you want me to? I'll come back and post it again for you.
What?
There you go.
It could be just missing around.
Okay. All right. You're there now.
Can you see that one?
Okay. All right, I got it.
I think he's stalling for time. He's waiting to find out what he should be saying.
Okay, now what do you want to say?
Yes.
Exactly.
He's buying time.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to work though, right? Just gives me more chance to show the different pictures. I might point out that one of them is upside down in his video. The top picture, the one that I keep turning back around, is actually coming through in his video upside down. So, yeah, he's got an inverted picture in his theodolite. It's upside down, but when you write it the right way up and put it next to the auto level, it's different. The horizontal is in a different place. It's not the same horizontal for some reason.
I have to wonder, I mean, with that, this person must be up high, up off the water for the horizon to be that far below the crosshair.
And well, I say that one is the one that's high. If you look at the other pictures, that it's not so high. Let me get you. He's not that high above the water, so George has got that pretty badly wrong as well. A better picture.
What's this supposed to be illustrating?
Yeah, this
person looks like he has to be way high above the water for there to be that big of a difference between the horizon and the crosshair.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's always it's always
Say what?
It's always below, isn't it, the horizon? Especially if it's
Yes.
over water. See this
Yes.
one here as well. You
It's
want to get this one? Yes, it always is below.
Refraction, that's true. I agree with
See
that.
that one,
Below
Brandon?
refraction, the horizon will be below the crosshairs, yes.
That's the latest
But
one.
you can end up with conditions where you have high refraction, where things will loom up in the background, and that water horizon will rise above the crosshair. I've seen that plenty of times.
Yeah. See, well, can you see that one there? Look, Roger MC's
Yeah.
just put it in. See the one above
Yeah.
it? Yeah. See the one above it?
So what? Yeah, you have different refract. Is it taken from the same position?
Yeah, they're next to each other.
Well, then you have different refractive conditions.
What? Even when they're taken like seconds after each other?
Yeah, I mean,
on the same day, then
wait,
have a
just a minute.
different
What
horizontal.
are we looking at? We're looking at the same auto level in both images?
No, the first one of those the one that's closer, is an auto level 24 times scope.
The surfaces of the ocean are planar rather than curved. So what's happening in this video? What's really the purpose of this video? We see, looking through the scope of an auto level and a theodolite. And as noted in the video, they're not the same.
Do you hear that? He's done it because he made the original first video. And I don't know how many people, mainly probably just me or us lot, that said, what are you doing? Like, why are they not the same? And he's now made another video to address his first video. And this is what he's saying in his new video. As noted, they were different, right? So he's already telling you at the beginning that he doesn't know how to set his tills up. That they're different, he says. Listen.
The surfaces of the ocean are planar rather than curved. So what's happening in this video? What's really the purpose of this video? We see, looking through the scope of an auto level and a theodolite. And as noted in the video, they're not the same.
They're not the same.
They're different instruments, and they may have different calibration settings. And that the crosshairs, when you look through the scopes and see the crosshairs compared to the lighthouses, they're different. And I had noted that they would be.
And he noted that they would be.
Yeah.
Like, why?
Yeah.
They're next to each other. Would the horizontal be different from different tools? Is that what he's saying? He noted that they would be different horizontals because you're using a different tool.
He didn't say this clearly. That's double speak.
Yeah. He said he noted that they would be different. But they shouldn't be different. They perhaps would be different if you didn't know how to set your tools up.
The one where it's got the crosshair higher above it is a theodolite, 28 times scope, I think, claimed.
If somebody wanted to say something.
So if they are different, are you saying they're gonna intersect?
Well, they're not horizontal, right? They both cannot be horizontal if they're different.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Well, yeah. If this is a surveyor that's intending to show you that he can set his tools up, then he's not done a very good job because one of them hasn't been set horizontal.
Ah, okay. So it's
that's what we're showing.
It's the surveyor's problem, not like.
Yeah, it's more of a problem than you realise because he made a video and put it on YouTube showing this, and then made another video to explain it.
So we see through the auto level, there is that space, and we see a space, and this is Seguin Island over here. And then if we fast forward to the theodolite, we see at the crosshair, there's a bigger gap there. Well, that was noted in the video. I said that the crosshair was very far above the lighthouse.
See? So even he acknowledges it. That there's a difference and one's very far above when the other one isn't. What's his excuse for it? Do you reckon?
This video wasn't really about explaining why that
ignorance
exists. Only that it's really the point of this video that these two lighthouses are, well, they're below the horizontal crosshair when each instrument is set horizontal, but each one seems to be interpreting horizontal a little different.
Each tool seems to be interpreting horizontal a little different.
Maybe curved?
He actually said that. Right? He also said that both of the lighthouses are below the horizontal, but in that picture that's on screen at the minute where he said that, it's above. because he's got it upside down for some reason. So when he says both of them are below, this picture that he has on screen while he's saying that has it above.
Yes, because this is primitive trick. I cannot imagine that people are doing so stupid tricks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You have to accept what he says when he says, of course, both of them are below the horizontal. If you accept that mentally, when there's something like that on screen, which is blatantly false to what he's saying, then who's the one that's accepting an untruth? Because he's always got an out where he can say, well, of course it was underneath it. Whereas actually, in the picture that you're looking at, it's not underneath it, it's above it. Forgetting about the fact that, you know, that he's just told you that the horizontals are different. But that's not the point of this video for some reason. The only point of the video is to show you that the lighthouse is below. But it's not in the picture that he's showing you.
Yeah, because it's upside down.
Yeah. It's crazy the amount of acceptance people give this guy. Right? He's still one of the authorities. That they say you've got Jesse Kozlowski and the guy from Maine. This guy is the verticals not plumb. Parallel. Right? This is the guy that everybody's trusting about that fact. He doesn't know how to set his tools up. He blatantly lies about things and records them on video. And he's not here. He's gone. He's done a Jesse Kozlowski. Done a little runner. Never has to answer any questions about the bullshit that he's talking about. Because he's not here anymore. Well, he might be here. He might just have changed his name to something else. Because he's so scared of talking to people about being this character. He just changes his character to somebody else.
And voice, higher pitch, for example.
Yeah, or maybe never even really getting into voice ever again. Maybe just text chatting. Maybe he's one of the crusaders that sort of does all of that tech stuff and acts as though he's a superiority whenever anybody starts talking about surveying. Maybe he's one of the ones that does the little typing thing and comes in whenever anybody mentions anything about stuff. You may have a suspicion about who you think it is. Because there's no way this dude's left the arena. This dude isn't a surveyor. This is a character. This guy, this particular character, was probably ended when he realised he said some stupid shit and did some stuff that was obviously wrong. But they'll just make a new character. Come back again. Same thing.
But these two lighthouses, this one's actually taller than this one. And
so, and
he's
they're right.
adjusted.
They're literally
then his
feet
equipment,
away
then
from
he
each
has
other.
not properly adjusted the equipment.
Exactly. That was the point.
So there's George. Well done, George. Tip of the hat to you, man. He finally spotted it. That perhaps this man hasn't properly adjusted his equipment. But not George. George definitely adjusted his equipment right when he got the land above the fucking crosshair.
He's perfect. He cannot mistake.
Yeah. But this guy can. right?
Yeah, this guy from Maine.
Yeah.
Maybe, but not him.
Yeah, not George. Whereas George went the opposite way. This guy just, they still managed to have the lighthouse below the crosshairs, even though one of them was inverted upside down, so it was actually above the crosshair. Do you think George would have thought very highly of him if he'd have managed to get the lighthouse above the crosshairs? What do you think he'd have thought of him then?
I would say that he's smarter than me.
Maybe the tool was just interpreting horizontal a little bit differently.
Diverse horizontal.
Gonna have to remember that one for the bent levels. That's a brilliant excuse. Well, perhaps my tool was interpreting horizontal a little bit differently than you think it should have done.
Point I wanted to make, right, George, that sometimes surveyors don't adjust their equipment properly. And that's why you have an adjustment in that line. You can't do that with an auto level other than not have
That's
it
correct.
calibrated properly.
You can't fool an auto level.
Either way, no matter where the crosshair is, this is what we're seeing. And we have two different instruments, and there's some kind of difference between them.
Some kind of difference between them. Again, very, very vague. There shouldn't be. There's no difference in horizontals, especially if two tools are meant to be established in horizontal and they're next to each other.
How will we quantify that difference between the two? Well, not by this process. That would be a process of going out and with the auto level performing a 2-peg test and calibrating it after the fact.
There you go. Calibrating it after the fact. That's how you decide what's going on here with these things, he says.
Until we get the 2-peg test working as close to perfect as we can get it. And an auto level, remember, it's really only meant for those short distances. We're only looking, 1 to 200 feet with an auto level, more or less. Not, 8 miles and 24 miles. So this is unfair to the auto level.
This is nice excuse.
The auto level is not accurate to that distance. And then with the theodolite, it would be taking it to a place with known values, known
listen to this.
Measurement values expected, right? So we can expect what the measurement values would be. That's what you would do with the theodolite.
With the theodolite, he says you would take it to a place where the measurement values are known. To calibrate it.
And these tools are short-sighted. So you cannot measure very far because after some distance you have vague or unclear measurements. So you cannot rely. Theodolite wouldn't see curvature because it's too short.
No, he was dumping all of that on the auto level.
Oh, auto level.
Yeah,
so
the auto level.
Even worse.
He thinks the auto level can't do as much as the theodolite. He thinks the theodolites work way better than the auto level, right? Well, my auto level has a 32 times scope, which is a better magnification than either his theodolite or his total station or his auto level. So my auto level has got a better scope than any of his tools for magnification purposes. Yet he thinks that is less accurate because it only works over a shorter distance.
That would be a lie.
It's because people like this get confused. They're globe model surveyors. There is no actual surveying skills involved in globe surveying. You have to do what the model dictates, even if that means not understanding the actual tool and how it works. It has to go against it. And this is him. This is the guy from Maine. Guy who may or may not be from Maine, because obviously doesn't tell the truth about much things, or he can just make up stuff. This is him explaining how he doesn't know anything. Trying to justify the mistakes he's made.
Like take you to a calibration baseline or compare it to an instrument that you know is well calibrated and you've established points that have known values, and you compare those values that you get out of the instrument to what is known, and then you can make adjustments after that. But that wasn't the purpose of this video. The purpose of this video was just to show quickly that, hey, we've got both these lighthouses below these crosshairs.
So the only purpose of him making the video was to show that the lighthouse was below the crosshairs.
I think that his real purpose is that people who don't know much or maybe know nothing about surveying, they will eat this bullshit, and they will think, okay, so these tools cannot prove or disprove curvature, therefore we cannot rely on that. So if some real surveyor will tell us that he is working on the plane, we shouldn't believe him, because he is not accurate. He cannot be so accurate.
No, it's not accuracy. This guy is at a base level. What he's trying to show is there's drop in the distance. He wants you to see that crosshair and see the lighthouse being below it, knowing that he's at the side of the water. He wants you to imagine that's a drop in the distance. That's it. The globe, right? The globe model dictates there has to be a drop in the distance. And that's part of the paradox. Some people imagine the drop.
But there is not drop, because we are above horizon, so we, literally speaking, we are not looking perfectly horizontally if we are using our eyes. We are not on the same level, so we are slightly dipping down because this geometrics, because horizon is on at our feet level. So, and if you are magnifying theodolite or image, it will show difference between real horizon and real level in sight.
Yeah,
because you always see down, slightly down. It shouldn't be on the same level. So this crosshairs should be on the level of the sea. It shouldn't be.
Yeah, well, yeah, nobody's trying to say that, right? All I'm trying to point out by showing you this is that the guy that imagines he may or may not be from Maine is trying to show that the only purpose is to put that below the crosshair. Right now, he's shown that it doesn't really know how to set the tools up. But all he wants is that to be below it. But
to suggest the drop.
Yeah, drop.
Due to curvature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is different than a hump, right? Because the hump would be blocking it in the middle.
Should be.
A raise. So there's the difference between the paradoxes that occurs. Now, this guy that it may or may not live in Maine has obviously gone for the drop. Well, when George puts it above, and when Jesse shows us Sagitta, that's a lift up. So they're two contradictory statements. Which is where we're going to go to the next bit. Let me I'll put this back on the Discord for a bit while I find this next video. I mean, we did go over this the other day, didn't we? Here we go. Main screen. Right now, this video is the latest one from a guy, Jesse, but not that Jesse. It's a different Jesse, but I mean, he's got a theodolite or total station. He's got a piece of equipment, and he's going to help us out. He's going to help George out. Let's just go with this video, right?
All right, I'm out here. I think it's called the Dungeness Landing in Sequim, Washington. I'm down on a low tide, just probably 20 inches above the water. The tide's coming in, so I haven't got long. And I've got my tripod sitting nice and squat, right down as close as it'll go. I have my theodolite set up here, and I'm measuring the angle to the surface of the water. So let's see if this will line up. Oh, it's difficult. Okay, there. So I can put my crosshairs right at the top of the water. And look at that. It's 3 to 4 arc minutes above eye level. So the water
3 to 4 arc minutes above eye level. So work that one out. Do you like that?
Above eye level?
Mm-hmm.
Probably not very much calibrated.
Well, Larry Scott says to him, did you flip 180 and repeat? Did you perform a 0 calibration? Do that again and observe direct and reverse. And he replies, I have not done 0 calibration on this one. Have on a pair of, so he's done it on somebody else's, on a different one. But I did do one direct and one reverse yesterday. So sort of he hasn't calibrated it. bubble levels, and they go on. So some of the questions I asked, right? This is me. I asked, how many of the 4 heights had a rising horizon above the crosshairs, and did you sight the horizon on the other side to check the horizon was rising all around you as you turned around? What conclusion have you come to about this strange effect? And he's put 3 of the heights had a horizon above eye level. That's 3 above eye level. And then he says, I'm not sure what you mean about sighting the horizon on the other side of me. There's hills and mountains there. All I could see was trees. To which he says, my conclusion is that water chills the lower layer of air, which creates a density gradient, which causes light to curve down, which causes things to appear higher.
This is so-called looming, but because he badly calibrated or even not calibrated instrument, therefore we have refraction.
Well,
guy is...
I can't get my head around that. The light curves down, so surely the objects curve down with the light. How do things appear higher? What does that mean?
It means because if you have drop, because globers, they are claiming refraction that is conforming to globe Earth. So you cannot see refraction, in fact, because you, to put it in other words, you can see straight because it is curved because of refraction. So refraction in reality, we are living on the globe Earth, and things would be not visible because of curvature and obstacle for our sight, but we can see them because of refraction and because we can see in straight lines. Therefore, we think that the Earth is flat, maybe, or water is flat because that way works refraction. That's their explanation for that.
Yeah, but how does that make things lift? It just doesn't compute. I can't work it out. It doesn't make any sense.
Light curving down, stuff above. How does that work? What the hell does that even? What does that even mean?
Yeah, let's put a ball, for instance, on the horizon. Right now, the light is going to curve downwards. So it's going to grab that ball. The light, where that ball is curving downwards, right? How does the ball appear higher? How is the ball appearing higher a consequence of the light bending downwards?
I can explain only that way. This is the same thing. This is paradox, of course. The same thing as a rising horizon. This is the same explanation. Not nonsense, but this what they have.
It's just to confuse, right?
Yes.
Because if you hear that as an answer, your brain just can't comprehend it because it's so full of bullshit. that I don't think you are willing to have a conversation with that other person anymore, because nothing makes sense.
And of course, there is no refraction which works that way. They want for refraction to work, because refraction is only when you are changing medium. So we can, and this is described in pretty much Euclidean geometry. If you can measure angle of incident and angle of refraction while let's say the ray of the light is going down through the air, and how is changing path in the water. But we are dealing with straight lines and with changing medium like air and water. Never it will never be proven to bend in the air itself. This is complete horseshit.
Okay. So I asked him for his what conclusions he's come to, right? So he said, my conclusion is that the water chills the lower layer of air, which creates a density gradient which causes light to curve down, which causes things to appear higher, allowing us to see farther beyond the curve and see things vertically compressed, because the lower part is raised up more than the top part. Right?
Yes, this is their explanation. Same as because we have curved level, so the horizon line is rising. This is the same explanation.
Yeah, he's not finished. He's not finished. I mean, the bullshit continues, right? So if this were to happen in the atmosphere, like in reality, right? I think that's what he means by the atmosphere, in the air, right? If this were to happen in the air near the water's surface, then we could see farther and things would look higher than they should. That's genius, that, right? Things look higher than they should. That's what are you doing there? Right? So my conclusion is that this explains away all the black swan footage. I don't think there isn't any footage of a logical argument of falsification. I'm sorry. That just doesn't happen. That's not a thing. You might have been led into a false argument.
Yes, of course, but they are in dilemma because if they are using such refraction, they cannot any longer argue about geometric curve. So they are shooting their own foot.
Yeah, well, yeah, obviously, right? But he says, so my conclusion is that this explains away all the black swan footage that flat earthers use by putting their cameras down near the water. So I'd suggest by this, right, if you want to see further, then go closer to the water. You'll get this effect where light curves down and lifts things up, apparently.
But it isn't observed in reality. There is no such effect. It's nonsensical.
This is the best bit. Go on. This is the best bit. It says, my other conclusion, so he's got multiple conclusions. My other conclusion is that in order to accurately make any optical measurement over a significant distance, your line of sight has to at least perhaps 50 feet above the water's surface at all locations. Even in the middle, where the bulge of the earth appears to be risen up and may nearly contact your line of sight. Even in the middle, where the bulge of the earth appears to be risen up and may nearly contact your line of sight.
Yes, the old story.
It's so lucky. Like, how does the bulge always happen in the middle?
Yeah, but you're meant to be on the top, aren't you? So how does the bulge occur in the middle and that meet your line of
always in the middle.
sight?
It's just luck. That lucky middle part.
Geometrically.
It's never a third of the way. There's no bulge a third of the way.
Well, it
It's
depends.
always
It depends, doesn't it?
Halfway.
It depends where you
It's always
extend the
halfway.
line from.
I think that you
Halfway,
have to,
always halfway.
you have to imagine their pictures. They are creating that silhouette on the circle, and they called it ball Earth. And this person is looking down to us. They are creating a tangent line.
That's not a horizontal, though.
Yeah, of course. But then it seems that this guy looking at horizon, which is not horizontal, is looking down. But in fact, on the picture, it is shown as the bulge is going up from his feet.
Yeah. It's up, but because it meets the eye line, right? It meets your eye level.
Yes.
That's like he says.
Yes. So they have imagination on that level. So you cannot help that.
Golf ball divot Earth. That's what they're in. Right? But I mean, here we go. Take it again. My other conclusion, this is Jesse. Not that Jesse, different Jesse, but he does have a theodolite, and he might be the new authority for the Globers since the other shadow giants have done a runner. Wonder whether this guy can answer questions. But he says, my other conclusion is that in order to accurately make any optical measurement over a significant distance, your line of sight has to be at least perhaps 50 feet above the water's surface at all locations. Wonder what George and Rumpus think of that. Because I don't think George was 50 feet above when he did all of his lake thing. I mean, he just he had that pole that he concreted into the bedrock. That wasn't 50 feet above, so that may not be valid according to this Jesse, at least. This Jesse's
They should contact this guy because it would mean that they could do invalid experiment.
Yeah, Bedford. When Rumpus goes to do his Bedford thing and puts his auto level on the bridge, that bridge isn't 50 feet above the water at all points. So, I mean, you might have to get a big tower or something. Yeah. At least 50 feet, even in the middle where the bulge of the earth appears to be risen up. So we know Rumpus isn't going for the bulge. He isn't going for the hump because Rumpus is going for the full nutsack. He's employing the full quadratic formula to measure the drop over distance. So it's an optical. I would say it's over a significant distance. 5 miles is quite a significant distance for an auto level, seeing as the other fella who's done a runner said that you shouldn't really use the auto level above 100 or 200 yards. So, yeah, Rumpus is like losing to a couple of the globe surveyors here. Apparently shouldn't be using an auto level over that distance, because that's not accurate. And you might need to lift it up at least 50 feet above the water in order to keep that done. Otherwise, you might end up with this bit where the curve goes downwards but lifts everything upwards. I mean, how would you know what you're doing if that's the case? Rumpus, if you want to have a word with it, this guy's called, let's have a look, from Jesse. Seems to be the new authority of that, of the rising horizon. Ask George. George will back him up. George and this guy, that from Jesse, are the guys that show that you can have a horizon rising above the crosshairs. I'll do another one. He does a couple of different
Water level
ones.
is appearing 3 to 4 arc minutes above eye level. That's like almost 1/10 of a degree.
It's quite a lot.
Very interesting. Now,
It's very interesting, isn't
if
it?
we were to point this straight and level,
It's got very windy. There you go. Look at that.
oops, that's a little too far. Okay, that's about straight and level, which is below the surface of the water. See, there's straight and level, roughly within a half a arc minute.
Got if you can't trust those numbers that are nearly zero on his thing, I mean, what can you trust? You know, we've shown you today that anybody who can show you pictures through a tool like this is obviously a fully qualified surveyor. Globe surveyor, at least, anyway. I mean, that's all you need to be able to do. You need to have the ability to have one of these tools, be able to put a camera on it, and just sort of take some pictures. Make some conclusions about light and stuff, about how it bends and lifts up. There you go. All of that's above
If I bring this back up to the top of
to
the
him.
water, then it's about 3 arc minutes.
Oh, 3.3.
Eye level. So
3 minutes,
sort of
30 seconds.
the high density gradient by the water's surface is actually causing things in the distance to appear higher than they are.
Shout out to the 33 massive.
That interesting.
Here we go. Look, he's changed it now. He's
Now
moved
I'm
it.
setting it up on its full height here, but I can't leave the camera paused too long or it'll quit, and then I won't have a continuous video. Alright, now I've got the theodolite put up at full height and about 5 feet above the water, roughly, and leveled out. And now,
Go look at this one.
we can get it to focus. There we go. Put it right to the top edge of the water, I guess. Well, top edge of the water is right about there.
I guess.
Apparently. The apparent top edge, anyway. It's Dicey holding this in front of here.
It is the apparent junction of the water and the
That
sky, isn't it?
is 2 degrees above eye level, so it looks like we're still getting quite a bit of refraction. That's raising the horizon up, even from an observer height of about 5 feet.
So there you go. At an observer height of 5 feet, he's got it above. eye level. So that means is a measurement thing. In the distance, the water is higher than the level that his tool's at. That's interesting, isn't it?
Very, very concave Earth. I believe in concave Earth.
I still can't work out how the water would do that and not him be underwater. Even on a concave Earth, the water would fill up the bowl, wouldn't it?
Yes, but we need another explanation for gravity. I think that they will work out.
I think it's just such a ridiculous thing to imagine that the water in the distance is higher than your eyes are. Like, i.e., your head is under the water level in the distance. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it?
Because it is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Not for them.
How can they say that and not realize how ridiculous that statement? I mean, admittedly, I've only heard George say it, and 4 days ago, this guy from Jesse stating that the water in the distance is above your head. Now, I showed pictures of when we went, and I went under the horizon. And according to them, when you've seen them with measuring rods and rulers on pictures, they would say that that water is above my head. Because it is in the picture.
Yes, I think that this is not pure coincidence. They are creating some narration and waiting for reaction. If people can eat that bullshit or not.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why they start off with these little channels. They see how we react to them. This is a good one, though. Because Rumpus and George have to react to what this guy is saying. They have to. If they don't, then, well, you know what that means.
Some shadow giant can be upset.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, this guy might be a shadow giant of the future. They might be trying to use these videos that this guy's doing in the future. I mean, if it takes traction and somebody needs to use these, they won't hesitate to send them out, will they? I mean, look at it. He's got 98 views, but 47 comments. That's a lot of traction.
Yes, quite a lot.
So, Larry says, yeah, it's Bedford levels. Robotham versus Wallace. And Jesse says, indeed, Robotham would have been proud. Till that ship floated by 30 feet above eye level, which showed the measurements was unreliable, because obviously the ship can't be above the observer. And I haven't got a clue what that means at all.
Complete nonsense.
Yeah. So I say to Larry, don't forget about the rumpus going for the full distance drop. I couldn't put a nutsack because I thought that would have been banned. How do you think he'll like the rising horizon, and how that'll fit geometrically for him? Blue Marble. Good on you, Blue. Come to the defense of Larry. I was talking to Larry, and Blue Marble hadn't commented at all, but so Blue Marble's the next one. And he says, the good news is, if refraction is low on the day he picks, he won't have to put up with you guys. You'll be at home hiding under the bed. Low refraction terrifies you, doesn't it? Well, I haven't got a clue what refraction is or anything. My son takes the pictures. He just gets a camera and presses the button. I don't even know what low refraction is to be scared of it. I can't be scared of something I don't know about, Blue, and I'm definitely not going to be frightened of things that don't exist.
There are no diffraction. There is no refraction in such way as pictured by globers. This is completely conjured thing for purpose of to avoid conundrum why we can see behind supposed curvature. This is only purpose for that.
Yeah.
Why we can see things that should be hidden behind the bulge, so to speak. So they have explanation, and it is so-called terrestrial refraction, whatever it is. No experiment check, no nothing. It's just mathematical model of refraction.
Like I say, I don't even know what refraction is.
When
Supposedly, yeah, I know, but if you enter that argument, then they can say refraction makes light bend down, which makes things appear higher in the distance. I mean, it's ridiculous. So, like I'm saying, I don't want to enter into that conversation or have somebody explain something to me that isn't explainable. You only see what you see. That's it. Full stop.
But they are assuming refraction in the same medium. This is nonsense, because we know that if light is going through prism or lens, it is changing its path because it's focusing. For example, you can have concave lens and convex. So you can disperse light or you can focus light. So, but you are changing medium from air to glass, or from air to water, whatever, but not in the air. It was never noticed such refraction in one medium. Never. This is completely conjured and invented by Globers to explain why we can see things behind the bulge, or to debunk the so-called black swan.
Well, no, Blue's just talking about us being frightened of low refraction. That's it. That's Blue saying that, which is genius. Well done, Blue.
Completely nonsensical.
Yeah.
I think it would be a joke. Very
Right.
simple.
So I say back to blue. Do you mean the horizontal horizon rising above the horizontal crosshairs or eye level? Rising, really, blue? You don't really think it could be higher, do you? I mean, if that's what he means by low refraction that scares us, whether it be higher or lower or one or the other, I mean, who knows what it actually means? It's just a term that they use. But the next guy says the horizon is not horizontal. Anyone that's near a mountain close to water can go up on any clear day and see the sun below horizontal and the horizon below that.
This is
Just it's a nonsensical thing
nonsense.
again. It's a vacuous statement. Doesn't mean anything at all. Nonsensical. And of course they'll be able to say, well, of course you don't understand it. It's just your way of denying the globe.
Yes, this is too sophisticated, and we are simpletons, and we don't understand advanced math.
And then I say, this is what we've been laughing at today. This is quite good. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. You're not suggesting there's a slope to the horizon or horizontal, are you? By him saying that the horizon is not horizontal, it has to have a slope.
Yep, should be.
Now, from Jesse, quotes that statement, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, by saying, help me out here, man. What are you saying? Look at this spinning fish tank. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Look at this spinning fish tank. And here we have Super Fishies. Fish chat. Always wondered what fish do in the spare time. Well, what's this? The little fish on the left says, ha! My water surface is horizontal. And the little fish on the right says, ha! My water surface is horizontal too. And the little fish in the middle says, I tried thinking, but it didn't work. I think those two horizons are parallel. Spinning fish tank. And then he says, dude, like he's trying to tell me something. All I said was that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, which is a mathematical definition. Check it out. He says, dude, horizontal is perpendicular to the direction of down. Big capital letters, shouty face. Whatever, wherever that is. And not all directions of down are parallel. So not all horizontals are parallel. He's got a differing down.
Yes, but he is saying that horizontal is perpendicular to the direction of down.
Yeah.
But he is.
But he has different directions of down.
So it cannot be perpendicular if every direction is down.
Yeah.
So he doesn't realize that he's writing nonsense, complete nonsense.
Yeah. It gets better though, because he says what kind of word games you play. He says that to me, asking me. I just made a statement that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. And then
projection.
Yeah.
Projection.
Yeah, pure, like it's parasophistry, right? He can't be trying sophistry because that's not going to work with nonsense.
So he is trying to play words with you in stupid way, and then he's projecting it on you.
Right, and then
immediately.
Yeah, he clarifies it though. I'm liking this guy more and more. Sounds like one of the new breed. He says, he then quotes me, "You're not suggesting there's a slope to the horizon or horizontal, are you?" And he says, "I'll more than suggest that there's a slope to the horizon. I measured the sun setting from a mountain top, and it was over a degree below me. 1 degree down sure sounds like a slope to me. Why do you play word games instead of trying to actually address the issue?" I'll say that again. You're not suggesting there's a slope to the horizon or horizontal, are you? I'll more than suggest there's a slope to the horizon. I measured the sun setting from a mountain top, and it was over a degree below me.
He could measure. These words are incoherent. This is how can you measure sun setting? What does it mean?
He can go up a mountain and measure a drop, right? And to him, that angle measurement proves that the horizon has a slope to it. Going up a mountain.
5-year-old logic.
Yeah. And then the other guy obviously tries to come in and save him because, I mean, that's ridiculous. Slope thinks the horizon slopes because he can measure an angle from a mountain. Ridiculous. The horizon has nothing to do with anything, says this guy. Why would it? Vertical has a physical definition. Hang a rock on a piece of string. The string is vertical. You can argue about why the string aligns itself along that particular axis, but it does, so we can define vertical using that force / phenomena / whatever. Horizontal is just the imaginary plane perpendicular to that. It has no physical meaning. It's just a name we give to 90 degrees from zenith. The horizon is irrelevant, has nothing to do with horizontal. Like, how do you detach that?
Yes, they are detaching this because they need they need spherical new geometry, and this horizon, which is obviously parallel to horizontal. They have to get rid of this because it's an obstacle for creating new, better geometry. Straight line and point.
The straight line and the perpendicularity disprove the globe model. So it's so obvious even the straight line, because the straight line forms the perpendicular, and the perpendicular can be linked to vertical and horizontal in reality. That very fact disproves the globe model.
Yes, it is.
And for that reason, they have to get rid of one of them, right? They have to get rid of perpendicularity. They have to get rid of Euclidean geometry, normal geometry, straight lines, and these basic geometric concepts of Pythagoras. But they're all based upon a circle, 2 points. That's it. So he says the horizon is relevant, has nothing to do with horizontal. Justification for that? Here we go. Where's the horizon when you're inside? In a valley, in a cave deep underground. It's nowhere to be seen, and yet you can still find horizontal.
It's confusing, but you can find level. Just so.
Yeah, you can find either. I mean, they're both the same. The horizon is not used to find horizontal. It's irrelevant. Your claim has no basis. It's not a claim, it's just the definition of horizontal used in mathematics. But they sort of disassociate that to mean some sort of a claim about something that they're imagining.
Horizontal means belonging to horizon or similar to horizon. This similarity is parallelism. So they are parallel to each other, and therefore they are similar.
Yeah, the horizontal is the totality of the horizon. It always meets back on itself. It establishes a plane. That's what it means. As you turn around, the totality of that dimension establishes horizontal. It's just the 3D space that we live in. The X and the Y axis defines that plane. It's a horizontal plane. So easy to get.
Yes. Okay, I have to go to bed. Yeah. It's 2:30 here.
It's 1:30. It's a big, long night.
Thank you very much. Good night.
No problem. Thank you for coming. See you tomorrow. Yeah, it's been a long night. Yeah, from Jesse. Well done. So, yeah, the horizon above eye level. Fantastic claim, but another claim made by, I don't know. I don't want to say he's got any particular model because it'd be hard to say he's got any particular model, but it doesn't sound like a water level in the distance could be above your head. Oh, it went on a bit, that, didn't it? Oof. Thanks for sticking with us. Globe surveyors are a strange breed. Try and do a bit more tomorrow. We're still looking for a Larry Scott video. Hopefully we can get that. I don't know how many surveyors we have left. The Globe surveyors, right? I don't need to speak to normal surveyors. Everyday surveyors. Just the average run-of-the-mill geodetic surveyor. Maybe he does a bit of plane surveying every now and again. He may be mix and match. He may not even know the difference between the different types of surveying. They may just be surveyors. Unless they're quantity surveyors. Completely different thing. Yeah, well done, Phil. We're getting, yeah, straight line is the one that dictates it all. Never even really heard anybody come up with a good definition of a curve yet. Right, I think we best end it. What day is it tomorrow? Thursday? Geometry day tomorrow. Euclid. See what we can do. I like straight lines. Some proofs or something. We'll see. Anybody got any final words or anything? I was going to put the Buster one on, but it's a bit late. The big long one. Maybe cut another one.
It was good to hear about the humps again.
Yeah, I've got another one. There's one video that I didn't go over that I've got ready to watch, and that was Blue, because Blue went over his proof of it. He called it proof of Earth curve. Going over that, so we may go over that tomorrow, because it would have to be a geometric proof, wouldn't it? So yeah, we'll go over that. I'll save that one for tomorrow. And yeah, I've got to go with true level, bitch. I think it's been a while. So thanks for watching, everyone. Join us tomorrow. We're going to be going over some geometric proofs or some sort of a thing from Blue to justify the hump. Yeah, Paige, yeah, I did see that. Okay, thanks. Join us tomorrow. Get, come in and have a chat. Geometry day, Euclid. See ya.
Yes, this is basic
Okay.
geometry. Your flat Earth geometry. Flat Earth geometry. This is basic geometry.
It is.
I called you a flat earther.
My name's Ramsey.
Insisting that your flat Earth geometry will work.
I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad, naked caveman eyeball in a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry.
Did he say a five-sided square question mark?
You're a universal horizontal waterer.
You're drunk.
I called you a flat earther.
You want to experience true level? Do you? Yes. You want to experience true level?
That auto level is establishing a horizontal. That's just the way it is.
Because I've done the test with an auto level, which gives you a horizontal.
Yeah, it's gonna look super flat.
All right, come on. Wow, it's so.
Three coplanar points.
Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Are you suggesting that horizontal can't curve?
Oh, everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
What's his deal?
Morty. Go to school, Summer. I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little.
Randy, come on, that's the globe. And he eventually just gave up and said, yeah, I agree, it's a globe.
Geodesic is a continuous string of infinitely small, straight lines.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
It's pretty flat and level now.
Ranty, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Ranty, come on, that's a globe.
Lance to the cosmic slaughter! Well? You seem to be in charge of what I get to remember. Why? Good question.
Ranty, come on, that's a globe.
I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little. Wow, it's so. Oh my god! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
Then if you're into maths, there's a certain shape where you could make a 5-sided square.
Ranty, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch. Wow, it's so. Oh my god! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Person to think.
When you get to the end of this test and you have a result and you say level is horizontal and everyone says big whoop, that doesn't prove anything about the shape of the earth, will you then say yes it does?
No.
No, okay, I'm going to bed. Right.
Okay, so you.
I'm going to bed.
That level is horizontal is good for you then, right?
I agree. I agree. Level's horizontal. All right,
Sweet.
good night.
True level, bitch.
Perfect.
Wow.
Nice, mate. I came in just for that. You flipped